Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Katagas here, but all my friends call me Cat, and you can too. Today is Thursday, so we're doing some more Umineko. I'm here with Mal, as always, on Thursdays. Hi,
Yes,
Mal.
hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, a
Shut up, Cat.
little bit of a late start because, well, honestly, New Mexico is fucking hot.
yeah, a little bit, and not just that, but my housemate the other day was like, "You need to be awake at like 7:30 so we can go do some fucking early grocery shopping." So, just fucking do it in the afternoon. Um, And so I was like, okay, sure, that's only a couple hours off. It'll be fine. Uh, we didn't leave the house until 10:30. I didn't get to sleep until 12:30 that day, which is 30
Oh,
minutes before I usually get up. So, my sleep schedule is fucking garbage right now.
yeah.
I'm trying, but hi, handsome boy. Yes, I know. You just want attention. That's all that you care about.
Yep, so just putting
Fucking cat.
out the announcements.
Yeah, I gotta do that too.
Yeah, because we are very close to the end of episode 4.
Which hopefully we'll be finishing out today completely. Depends on how long like the tea party and all that is, but
We are gonna give it the best shot we can.
all right. So what have you been up to while I'm
Um,
doing this thing?
haven't been up to much since Monday.
That's fair.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that I haven't talked about, like Flintlock is still pretty good. Let me just do some things here. Get OBS open. Like OBS was already on, but get it on my screen so I can see chat if anybody says something.
That's always a good idea. Let's see. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, let's see. Did see a new game that looks interesting. I think I sent it to you before. It's not out yet, but it is called Nightmare Operator.
I don't think you did send that to me,
Oh, okay. Let me,
or at least I don't recognize the name.
let me send it over then.
Of
But
course, that means fuck all. I might recognize like the screen or whatever screenshots,
but yeah, kind of PS1-ish graphics, but it is a over-the-shoulder horror shooter involving hunting yokai.
now that sounds familiar, but I don't know if that's because there have been a few of those games lately, or what.
Yeah, but it is definitely something I'll keep my eyes on and check it out when it does come out. This will be a first for this studio, so we'll have to see, but I at least like some of the art direction going on.
Yeah, let's see. Let's open this up. Yeah, this looks nice. It's very obviously like not actually PS2 or PS1 or anything because
Yeah,
these models are way too detailed for that. It's like even like the number of polygons is way too high, but it's very much like a retro style,
yeah, it's very
evoking
much.
feeling rather than actually being that style,
Yeah, exactly. It's evoking it more than being that style, and it is.
which is good because the actual style would look shit today because of our resolution size.
Yeah, something you have to remember is CRT screens blurred the pixels, and games use that to their advantage.
Yeah, old because like you would design your game and graphics based on like how it would be seen, and not only that, but you would be usually working on a CRT monitor as well.
Yeah, exactly. So
Because like once LCD screens like became a thing, they got popular very quickly. So
yeah.
you may have a couple of games right there around like when it was being changed, where the developers were working on LCDs, but the user was not. But that would be very rare.
Yeah, so
Most of the time, they would just try to make it look good on their own bullshit, which would in turn make it look good on your bullshit.
yeah, absolutely. And I know some ROMs
Oh
sometimes.
yeah, Quinn. I've seen those screenshots.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. And like some of the things they did, or some of the things that are being done now is some ROMs outright have a CRT filter so you can see it closer to.
hmm most emulators have that functionality now. You can just like turn that on as a setting, as a CRT like sort of emulator in the emulation software, which is kind of
Yes.
nice.
Yeah, because it
It's not
definitely
strictly
helps.
necessary, but you know.
Yeah, just if you think, oh, that looks real wonky, see how it looks in the CRT blur.
hmm
Let's see. So have you been up to anything new? Oh,
hmm,
thank you very much for the follow fee list. I think you followed on Monday's stream on cats.
yeah, I remember that. Yes, it is actually absolutely the case.
Yep, Angie.
Anyway, what have I been fucking doing? I know I've been doing a lot, but I like my brain is fried from the heat, so the heat and lack of sleep anyway.
Yeah, I know you've been still doing more with Rowan.
Actually, haven't the past couple days. I want to, but it's it's hard to find like the opportunity to stream and like get everything going without shit I've been feeling lately because of like the heat and the lack of sleep.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, believe me, I don't want to sit here for like fucking and sit here for 6 hours trying desperately to keep a running dialogue up by myself. We're in 38-degree weather. All right.
Yeah, totally
You're
understandable.
okay, Ember. You are fine. Fucking cat. Yeah, you're okay. I hope you guys can hear him because he's just like yelling at me from the side of my desk.
Yeah, at the very least, I can hear it.
That's good. More people should like know how noisy my fucking cat is.
Yeah.
um,
With cats, I will say I appreciate more people are realizing unless you have a large ass property, outside cats really, really should not be a thing.
even if you have a really large property, that shouldn't be a thing because animals don't know the concept of property.
That's
So
also
those
fair.
birds that cats will kill and make extinct will still fly into your fucking property.
That's true. It's just,
That's the really big issue with it because like
yeah,
even like an outdoor cat will probably still survive, like 6 or 7 years. Of course, you want them to survive like 12 or 14 if you can, but
that's true.
6 or 7 years is a
Uh,
fine life for a cat as well.
I guess I'll put it another
The
way.
the
Unless your cat is actually a mouser.
Yeah, well, my cats fucking like eat whatever the fuck they find in this building. Like I don't have to deal with a damn thing in here. In fact, the other day I don't remember if I told this story already, but a whiptail scorpion got in here, and I did not know that at first. So my cat Ember here, I heard a bunch like he was going fucking wild, running around the room and fucking Like I thought like he was having a seizure or some shit because like when I looked at him, he had these long strings of goopy fucking spit coming out of his mouth and like trailing everywhere. And I was like, "What the fuck? What's going on? I can't afford to take you to the vet. Are you okay, dude?" And then so I just like he didn't seem like too upset by anything other than like what was happening with his mouth. Right, he was moving just fine. So I was like, okay, I'll keep an eye on him for like 20, 30 minutes, and if he's still like losing it, I'm gonna have to like figure something out. And then about 10, 15 minutes later, I turn around and I go to like just like lay down on the bed because like I'm tired. I just want to lay down for a minute. And then I look up at my wall and there's a fucking whiptail scorpion on the wall. And I'm like, oh, that's what happened. Dumbass tried to eat it and got sprayed in the mouth by a bunch of vinegar.
Ah.
Like shit.
But yeah, that would do it.
So for those of you who don't know, a whiptail scorpion is not actually a real scorpion. It's arachnid, but it's not a real scorpion. And the whip tail is literally just like an antenna that comes off its ass. But at the base of its ass antenna thingy, it has like a little fucking pressure squirter of like concentrated vinegar. It's acetic acid. It's like 90% vinegar and a little bit of other bullshit, but it's like 16 times the concentration of normal vinegar. So like it'll sting a little bit if you get it in your eyes, but it's not actually that big of a deal.
But obviously getting that directly in your fucking nose and mouth.
Yeah, not great. It's like it sprayed me in the face too when I saw it. I was like, oh fuck. I was gonna like shove it outside, but it sprayed me as when I reached for it. So I'm like, all right, fuck you. Then I smashed it with a shoe. I know it didn't understand what I was trying to do for it, but still, it sprayed me in the eye. Fuck it. I am a vengeful deity. Okay. As for what I've actually been doing, I did. This is the only thing I really remember from yesterday. I went and finally decided to go like farm out all of the Realm Reborn extreme mounts. So I have all the fucking the horses now.
Ah, excellent.
I was gonna do the same thing for the Lanners, which is the Heavensward ones. Actually, did I get most of them? No, I'm still missing the ones from the Minstrel ballads because they take like fucking 3.5 minutes even at level 100. So
Oof.
yeah, like the bosses would die in 40 seconds if they didn't have like very long untargetable phases.
Yeah.
So like it's fucking having to fight Thornton like 30 times in a day. It's just like fuck off, dude. I don't care about you. Go away.
That's fair.
Look here, Elf Pope. You don't even know how to use a sword right. How are you holding this thing like this? Don't do that. That's stupid. Of course, Golbez in the Endwalker patches is not much better.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Golbez actually uses the same stance. One second. Endwalker, Golbez. It's the Voidcast Dias, right? Or is that the Vitus Enormous? It's both. Okay, yeah. And he does hold it like that. You fucking... I hate you. I hate you. It's not his default stance, though, at least. It's just part of it, because he does, like, hold it down, like, properly.
Okay.
In some cases. So it's better. It's not just, like, his default stance is not this weird thing where he's got his arm, like, at a 20-degree angle from his shoulder up in the air and holding the sword pointed down like a jackass.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is why you lost, Elf Pope. Because, like, you don't know how to actually use your sword or the power that you gain. Fuck you, buddy.
Yeah. He didn't really give the impression of being much of a fighter until he became a primal.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? That's a good question. Wasn't it like the 12th or something like that? Arc, Thornton. No, the 7th. That's right. Okay. Motherfucker. Were you a temple knight or anything before? Or you've just always been a priest?
After we answer this burning question, we'll get started.
Yeah. He entered into the service of the Holy See, but that does not say if he was a Temple Knight or not. Uh, It doesn't. It doesn't say. I would assume that he was a priest though, because he doesn't actually hold his weapon like any of the other Temple Knights do.
Yeah.
But then again, like the Final Fantasy 14 developers do not actually think about those kinds of things, because if they did, believe me, the animations would be a lot different. I think. I think the your Dark Knight people, like, someone actually thought about it a little bit, but didn't actually understand what they were looking at when they looked at the references, which is a problem.
Yeah, because there's like a transitionary stance that is close to what the Dark Knights do,
Yeah,
but
it's
it is very transitionary.
It was the Ox Guard.
Yes, that's right. Anyway.
Let's see.
The
Ox Guard.
Gotcha. The stars that should be sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I recognized that the pearls and rubies were creating a river of white and red, I realized that it was a vast nighttime scene that was spread out below me. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating in the air. From nowhere in particular, I could hear the sound of one person clapping. A truly dull applause. I understood. It was the one who ordered me to go on this journey, Ern Castell.
Congratulations, you fucked up. Get out of here, bot.
Yeah.
Hi, Fearless. Welcome to the other chat, by the way, as well. I don't know why my chat didn't refresh until just now, but, you know. Congratulations, Endless Witch, Angie Beatrice.
あなたは旅路の末に魔法のすべてを理解したわ。
Just 1 second.
Hmm?
So what I'm doing here is with this fucking washcloth that I got, I have a like desk pad, not a mouse pad. So that means it's too big to like constantly take out and then wash. Because I would have to like unass my entire desk. So I'm just like wiping down the sections where I leave my hand and all that stuff where like sweat drops on it and all that shit.
Gotcha.
Make sure it doesn't like get all filthy and gross. So I needed to wet the washcloth real quick. Anyway. The end of your travels, you understood everything about magic.
ええ、私は今や魔法のすべてを理解した。
That sounds arrogant as fuck, by the way.
Yeah,
To say
it
that
does.
you understand everything about a given subject. Yes, I now understand everything about magic.
私は魔女よ。
I am a witch.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。
The last witch who inherited the magical world created by Mariage Sorcière.
あなたにしかベアトリーチェの世界を切り裂けない。
The French there reminded me of something that I've been thinking about for a while. Is I kind of want to get my French art colleague to play Final Fantasy 14 so he can have a heart attack over how like people say the the Elysian names in Heavensward.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
This sounds like a fucking blast.
That would be fun, yes.
No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world to pieces.
魔法を知るからこそそれに抵抗も覚えるわ。
And it was through coming to know magic that I learned also how to resist it. It sounds like what we saw on her journey was before she got into the world.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
Because remember when she first showed up in the like the question mark bits, she resisted Chester Sister's thing.
Yes,
yes, you
exactly.
do, Quinn.
It's one
Now,
of
I
the.
don't really give a shit about the French personally, but like being a martial artist for so long before my legs went to shit, like it's one of my main passions in life that I can't really interact with too much anymore. But it does mean that like whenever I see it in like media or whatever, I'm like, no, please, please, just like a little bit of research, please, I beg of you.
Yep, exactly. And it's not like, it's a thing that totally takes us out of what we're watching.
Yeah, it's just like a momentary frustration. And it does mean that I can't really play like Ninja, for example, but that's because that one is so fucking egregious that it's that was really bad. I like Dark Knight is still like my favorite fucking tank class. Don't get me wrong. It's the tank class that I maxed first. So like even if the stance bothers me a little bit, fucking whatever.
魔法は
It's still fun.
愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。
I still like slapping people with a giant slab of iron. So
Yeah.
magic is made of love and sadness and
ベ
anger.
アトリーチェがどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしても、
No matter how cruel a witch Beatrice might have been,
その魔法の源泉は全く同じ。
the source of her magic is exactly the same.
だからこそ、彼女のその世界を本当はそっとしてあげたい。
And that's why, honestly, I wish I could leave that world of hers alone.
少なくとも彼女にとってその世界は完成しているのだから。
After all, in her eyes at least, that world is complete as it is.
あなたが家族を諦められるならね。
Just one second, I gotta cough it along real quick. Fucking allergies. All right, I'm alive. I didn't die.
Alright.
The blood pressure raised a little bit, but I'm good. Anyway, but then you'd have to give up on your family.
そう。だから申し訳ないけれど、私は戦わなければならない。
That's right. So although I feel bad about it, I have to fight.
家族を取り戻せるかもし
Yeah,
れ
for
な
the
い。
French bit, at least, like I just think it would be really funny. I hate French in the first place as a language. I studied it for 2 years in high school. I fucking loathe it. The only reason I even try to get the pronunciation even remotely correct is out of just like basic respect for like other people. That's it. That's all it is. Because the very reason I left on this journey to become a witch
魔女となる旅に出たのだから。
was so that I could bet on the small probability that I could take my family back. Yeah, take my family back. There we go.
ベアトリーチェを殺さない限り、あなたには孤独な世界しか存在しない。
Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you.
それに100億のかけらを旅した私が保証するわ。
As one who has traveled through billions of fragments, I can guarantee it.
分かってるわ。同情してる余地なんて私にはないのよ。
I understand. I don't have room for compassion.
心を鬼にして彼女の心を切り裂かなくてはならない。
I must make my heart a demon and tear her heart to pieces. I think a better phrasing would be like, I must make my heart a demon and tear hers to pieces rather than her heart.
Yeah.
その気持ちが揺るぎないならよかったわ。同じ魔女同士、情が移って志をくじくんじゃないかと心配したわ。
It is good that you are steady in your resolve. I was worried that as another witch like her, you might grow attached and lose your will to continue.
Yeah, no, as much as she can understand where Beatrice is coming from, she wasn't going to do that. Coming from a person like her, whose face was almost always expressionless, those words felt a bit hollow. Vern Castell, the enigmatic witch who invited me on this journey.
私、あなたが嘘をついてたんじゃないかと 疑ってたことがあったわ。
There were moments when I suspected that you might have been lying to me.
どうして？
Why?
私は1998年の演者だから。家族を救っても、それは1986年の演者が救われるだけ。
That is how time travel works, a little bit.
Yep.
I am the Angie of 1998, so even if I've saved my family, that will only bring relief to the Angie of 1986.
この私が救われるわけじゃない。
It won't do anything for me.
だ
Yeah.
から、騙されていると思っていたことがあるの。
So I sometimes felt like I was being deceived.
その通りよ。私はあなたを騙したわ。
But like, you're a witch now, you can just possess your like body in that other world where it's good. So it doesn't erase the trauma, but At
Yeah.
least you get to grow up with your family again. Even if it's not quite the same. That is correct. I deceived you.
でも、今は感謝してる。だって、
But
あなたは
but now
私
I'm
に
grateful.
家族の取り戻し方を結局は教えてくれたもの。
After all, in the end, you did teach me the way to take my family back.
私は何も教えてないわ。
I didn't teach you
そ
anything.
れを知ったのだとしたら、それはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だわ。
If you have come to know that, it's a state of understanding that you reached on your own as a witch.
それは私のそれとは違う境地。
That place you have reached is different from mine.
私に理解はできないけれど、もしもそうならば、おめでとう。
I myself cannot comprehend it, but if it is as you say, then congratulations.
私はこのゲームのプレイヤーではなく駒だと。
I'm not a player in this game, but a
あ
piece.
なたは私に言ったわよね。
You said this to me, right?
ええ、言ったわ。
Yes, I did.
その役割を今こそ完全に理解した。
Now I fully understand that role.
駒に感情はいらない。
A piece doesn't need
た
emotions.
だ勝利のために最善を尽くせばいい。
It just has to give its all for the sake of victory.
ええ、その通りよ。
Yes, that's exactly right.
ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう。
The game is where you each make the best possible move, right?
躊躇や戸惑いで指し手をおかしくしてたら対戦相手も混乱するわ。
If you allow your moves to get distorted by hesitation and indecision, your opponent will be confused as well.
Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hold it against me. Ushirumi Angie still needs her family, so I have the right to fight you, so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to accept my challenge. So
We
please,
having a,
don't hold it against me.
It'd be kind of funny if we had a main character shift here.
It would. And, I mean, at the very least, we need to make Battler fade back into reality.
Mm-hmm.
In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Now let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I can't hand Battler over to you. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was the blinding bright color of gold. That place was the beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. However, the roses were all gold. The nectar was also golden. The butterflies gathering there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. Oh! Okay. The promised land that the witches of Mariage Sorcière would ultimately be guided to. Okay, just the Witches of America. Okay, Captioner. There, all wishes come true, and all magic and dreams come into being. In the Garden of Gold Roses were 2 and only 2 witches.
Oh, a lot of fucking boss today. Get out of here.
Yeah. Huh. At my uninvited appearance, the atmosphere trembled with unrest. What was to them an ominous wind shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattering in the wind was without a doubt something not of this world. The 2 had been taking a walk through the golden roses, noticed me, and reacted in surprise. Angie? Beato, it's Angie!
どうやってここへ
How did you get here?
引き取られよ
Leave us alone.
わらわはもはやここへは誰も招かぬのだ
I no longer invite anyone here.
Beato spoke coldly. He seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria. A world where she could always be alone with friendly Maria, conversing about magic while drinking tea. No one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the 2 of them, that was a small and complete universe.
悪いわね、あんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るのよ。
Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here.
私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの。
The game won't move on unless you come back.
わらわは飽きたからやめたと言っ
I said I was tired of it and I'm done with
た
it.
もうゲームには戻らぬ
I will not return to the game anymore.
ベアトはね、ずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの。
Beato is gonna be here all the time with me.
ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでね、いろいろな遊びを考えるの。
We'll drink tea here together and think of lots of ways to play.
エンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ。
You can play with us too, Angie.
マリアそれはならぬと言ったはず
Maria, we decided against
わら
that.
わにはそなただけがいれば
As long as I have you, I am satisfied.
だからそなたをわらわだけがいればよいと言っておくれ
Tell me that you too are satisfied as long as you have me.
Aw, Beato.
Did this to yourself.
うん、ありがとう。マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアトだけだよ。
Yeah, thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Beato.
なら、ベアトと一緒にいる。
So I'll be with you.
二人きりでいい。
Just us is enough.
マリアすまぬ
Maria, thank you.
ありがとう
I am grateful.
Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small warm universe within their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world, which a pair who needed each other could create. No matter how small it was, that world was complete. But I have to tear it apart.
悪いけど、そういうわけにはいかないの。
Sorry, but I can't let things be that way.
私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ。
I came to smash this golden land of Mariage Sorcière.
なぜわら壊すのか
Why would you break my world?
Maybe it's because you kidnapped her brother and made him fade from reality?
Yeah, a little bit.
この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか
Who is this world inconvenienced outside of Maria and myself? Come
あん
on!
たが始めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームで
The game that you started and then walked away from without finishing
お兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。
is keeping Battler waiting forever.
あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。
If you don't return to your seat, the match will never end.
Also, you could probably mix in saying my brother every now and then.
Yeah. It's just the first opportunity I even had for that.
Yeah. But I mean in other streams too. I noticed you tend towards Battler, which is fine, but I was just thinking that.
Yeah, it's just like my brain just auto completes.
Yeah, exactly.
あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬわ。
There's no longer even a single player in that game.
バトラは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り、ここにいる。
Battler vanished and I came here and vanished as well.
It's your fault he vanished.
あのゲームはもはや終わったの。
That game is already over.
終わってない。あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。
It's not over. You started that game, didn't you?
Yeah, the pacing has been weird, fellas, but I do like the bits we've been getting, especially Angie very much being a witch.
Yeah, that's nice.
最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。
Take proper responsibility and see it through to the very end.
バトラーを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか。
Either defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wished for.
あなたが打ち負かされ、あなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか。
Or be defeated and release everything swallowed up by your magic.
しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
Take responsibility until the very end.
ダメだよ。エンジ、ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。
Don't, Angie. Beato will spend her time in this world with me, just the two of us together for eternity.
マリアもベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。
And I don't need anything else either as long as I have Beato.
ここでは全ての願いが叶う。
All wishes come true here.
全てがある。
Everything is here. This is why we need Sakutaro.
Mm-hmm.
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Maria's and Beatrice's thoughts and feelings. To drag Beato out of this world, I have to destroy it. Destroy this golden land, which must be the final world of peace for Beatrice. Yeah, that is unfortunate, because Beatrice has been through a lot.
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。
Maria, that's wrong. This golden land is a liar.
お姉ちゃんの本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
It hasn't granted the one wish you truly wanted to come true.
そんなことないよ。
It's not true.
ここでは何でも叶うの。
Everything is granted
見
here.
て、ここには優しいママだっている。
Look, there's
do,
even a
yeah,
nice
I
mama
like Angie.
here. Yeah, Angie is fantastic. Honestly,
It's just that like a lot of her portions are slowly paced, right?
yeah, exactly. Like, it was a slow build to her getting to use magic. When she did, it was fucking an awesome payoff.
Yeah.
Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling Aunt Rosa. And after smiling sweetly at me, she softly became golden petals and crumbled.
ここでは何だって生み出せるの。エンジだって生み出せるよ。バトラだって、ジョージお兄ちゃんだって、ジェシカお姉ちゃんだって。
Anything can be created here, even you can be. And Battler, and George, and Jessica. Yeah, but they're just thought forms created by you. Like, they can be powerful, they can be interesting, but they're not the same person. Because people are more complex than what they show to one single person.
いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてくれるよ。
You can summon as many as you want, and everyone is nice. Some people are just not gonna like you, Maria.
Yeah. And some people just aren't nice in general, like me.
I wouldn't go that far.
Well, it's the good is not nice thing, right?
True.
I'm not nice. I'm not very polite. I don't speak kindly.
I guess, but
But I'm also not just gonna like fucking kick you in the shin just because, right? You know, I don't.
yeah,
I'm not gonna be cruel to you for the most part, but I'm not nice.
yeah. See, to me, somebody being mean is somebody being cruel.
Yeah.
エンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
You come too, Angie. Let's play together. Sorry, Maria.
作太郎は
And what about Sakataro?
Upon hearing Sakataro's name, Maria's face looked like she was choking.
よせ。その名を口にするな。
Stop it. Don't speak or do not speak that name.
Beato's expression changed as well, and she put her arm around Maria, hugging her as if to protect her. Sakataro's name was still taboo for Maria.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの？マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ。
Why can't I say it? It's the name of Maria's best friend.
どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの？
Why won't you invite that close friend to this wonderful golden
ど
land?
うしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡では作太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの？
Why, in this golden land where all wishes come true, is Sakataro the only one you can't summon?
それは良いのだぞ、マリア。
That's because it's alright, Maria.
作太郎のことを思い出さなくても。
You don't have to remember Sakataro.
サク太郎はママに殺されたんだよ。
Sakataro was killed by Mama. Maria flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, butterflies flew up through the garden, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals.
知ってるわ、ローザおばさんが大切な作太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Yes, I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal Sakataro and tore him apart.
Maria's scream became a storm and violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It was truly a storm of gold.
やめよやめよやめよやめよ。なぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのか。
Stop times 4. Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart?
わらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな。
Don't defile the sleep of a dear friend precious to both Maria and myself.
ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの？
In that case, why won't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic?
それができるものならやっている。
I would have if I could.
しかし、あのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りの品。
But that stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself.
そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は
The magical meaning of that unique object being torn apart is...
ごまかさないで。どうして作太郎が蘇らせられないか。
You aren't fooling anyone. Why can't you revive Sakataro?
答えは一つだわ。
There's only one answer.
あなたが本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
It's because you aren't a real witch.
蘇らせられるとも。わらわの魔法
I most certainly can
いく
revive
らで
him.
もこうして蘇らせられるとも。
With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want, like this.
作太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ。
I can even bury this garden in Sakataro's.
ええ、できるでしょうね。あなたの魔法では。
Yeah, I'll bet you could with your
で
magic.
も、あなたの生み出した作太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。
But Maria definitely wouldn't be able to see the Sakataros you create.
どうしてか分かってるでしょ？もう一度言うわ。
You know why, right? I'll say it again.
あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
It's because you aren't a real witch.
やめてどうしてエンジはそんなひどいことばかり言うの？
Stop it. Why do you keep saying mean things, Angie?
ベアトはたくさん魔法が使えるよ。
Beato can use a lot of
と
magic.
ても素敵な魔女なんだよ。
She's a very wonderful witch.
サクタロだけは蘇らせられなかったけど、他のことなら何だってできるの。
Sakataro was the one thing she couldn't revive, but she can do anything else.
だからサクタロだけは我慢できるの。
So I can put up with not having Sakataro.
ううん、お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。
No, Maria, that's wrong.
魔女にできないことなんてないの。
There's nothing a witch can't do.
それができない時点で、
As soon as she couldn't do that,
ベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
Beatrice was not a real witch.
それは違うよ。
What's wrong?
サクタロのよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから。
It's because Sakataro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made by hand herself, and
だから蘇らせられないの？
And that's why she can't revive it.
ベアトリーチェのあなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの？
Miss Beatrice's, is your magic that inconvenient?
ならばそなたならサク太郎を蘇らせられるというのか。
Did you just reset your PNG tuber?
yeah, let me see here. Yeah, you go ahead, though.
I'm trying to see if it's
It's doing this.
still on the music like it was yesterday.
Yeah,
Or
it's
not
doing.
yesterday, on Monday.
Yeah, it's doing the thing again.
No, of course. In that case, do you claim that you can revive Sakataro? Hi, chat. How you guys doing?
そなたの
While we wait for the PNG tuber to fix. Can you do that with your magic?
In fact, you can.
I can.
なんだと。
What?
マリアお姉ちゃん、
What?
私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。
Maria, I'll show you some real magic. Explodes the world.
Yeah.
Explosion.
私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
I'll revive Sakataro for you.
本当？
Over 5 soccer tomorrow. Okay.
ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ。
Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, you know?
本当に？
Can you really? Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
ええ、できるわ。
Yes, I can.
その代わり約束して。私が
In
サク
exchange,
太郎を
promise
蘇
me.
らせてあげたなら、
Once I've revived Sakataro,
Yes.
この黄金鏡から出て行きなさい。
leave this golden land.
Oof. Big oof.
Now there's a gray background on it.
Yeah, no, that's me doing
you're
some
messing
things.
with it. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I see it. A little drop down menu and everything. Do we need to take a break for technical difficulties?
I'm gonna hope not.
Ooh. Nice zoom in.
Yeah.
Got the up close on the tie. Or the fucking neck bit. Which I don't actually remember what that is. That's a ribbon.
Yeah, that's a ribbon. Alright, we seem to be good now.
そんなことは許さぬ。ここはわらわとマリアの世界。
Yeah, seems to be good. Okay, cool. I was just watching for like when they started talking, see if it would do it too. Anyway, I will not permit that. This world is Maria's and mine together.
You don't get to decide that, though.
Yeah, exactly.
マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
If Maria leaves, it will break.
Yes,
It
that's
fucking
kind of the point.
sucks.
That's kind of been her intention, and she says as much.
Yeah, a little bit.
The minimum amount of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. I guess
It's a
fair.
weird fucking requirement. But sure, it's very arbitrary, but alright.
If that breaks down, the world is destroyed. I guess 1 to create and 1 to acknowledge its existence.
I guess.
To drag out the witch who shut herself away in the Golden Land, I have to destroy this world.
そう。それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。
Yes, and that is the proof that you are not a witch.
本当の魔女ならね、宇宙は一人で生み出せるのよ。
A real witch can create a universe alone.
マリアージュ・ソルシエル魔女同盟。
The Mariage Sorcière Alliance of
この同盟の
Witches.
存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
The very existence of this alliance proves that you are not a witch.
嫌だ。
Ooh.
マリアは渡さぬ。
No, I will not give up on Maria. Or I will not give up Maria.
今すぐに帰れ。
I hate you. Leave now. Or leave right now. Get out of here.
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり。
Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes.
なんて自分勝手なの。
How selfish can you be?
見なさい、ベアトリーチェ。
Watch and learn,
そ
Beatrice.
してマリアお姉ちゃん。
And you, Maria.
これが
And you, Maria.
本当の魔法なのよ。
This is true magic.
本当にサクタロを蘇らせられるの？
Can you really revive Sakataro?
できるわけがない。
Maria, just let her do the thing. You know,
Yeah.
fuck. It's like padded dialogue. There's no way.
ここはわらわとマリアの二人だけの黄金鏡。
This is a golden land for Maria and me alone.
部外者のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない。
There's not a single piece of magic that an outsider like you could use here.
Yeah, no such luck, Beatrice.
That is an interesting idea, though. Like a sort of like area of influence or domain or fucking like demi-plane where other people's magic does not work unless you give them explicit permission.
Yep, that's fair. Or they cotton on to the new rules.
Mm-hmm.
今のそなたには超一匹生み出すことさえ叶わぬわ。
Yeah. As you are now, you couldn't even create a single butterfly.
She's trying to create doubt, but it ain't gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
静かにしてベアト。
Be quiet, Beato.
エンジを邪魔しないで。
Don't get in Angie's way.
Damn.
When Maria yelled, the storm abruptly stopped and the area returned to silence. It's a massive amount of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down. That scene looked so fantastical as though a golden snow was falling. Maria,
Nope.
thinking about this unlikely
Don't eat
if
golden
only
snow.
miracle, joined her hands together as though praying. Beto's heart raced as she watched Maria do this. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, this world would. But it's inconceivable. An absolute impossibility. That stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world, was torn apart and thrown away. Not a thread remained. Reviving it is an absolutely certain impossibility.
This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
できるものならやってみろ、後ろ宮エンジ
I think she might, like, okay, so there's obviously the idea that she's not a real witch, that Beatrice is not a real witch. But there might be a loophole here that Angie is taking advantage of because she is the inheritor of Beatrice's magic. So her saying magic that is not mine cannot exist in red is still true. It's just also your magic that she's going to use. She's going to use it better than you.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Go right ahead. I defy you to do it, Ushiromiya Angie.
As Beato screamed, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。
Oh, I would not, like, it's a weird, like, sort of a ownership thing. So, like, say that someone could not cut something with a given sword, but that sword is theirs, and then later someone else has that sword, and it's still that other person's, or was originally that other person's, but they can use it to cut something. Like,
yeah,
you can still refine stuff after it's no longer, in the possession of the other person, but that thing is still considered theirs. Like, the sword hanging on my wall is my stepfather's, but my stepfather's been dead for 6 years.
Yeah,
so it's mine, but it's also his.
Yeah, basically the argument here is she's going to be using the same magic, but it's something that she can do better than Beato. But let's see.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually the case. That's just like a quick theory that I had, a little thought. Come, try to remember.
マリアの親友の作太郎。
Maria's close friend, Sakutaro.
あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Try to remember what form you had.
あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか。
Try to remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were.
Yeah? Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Then, she threw her arms around him and me both.
大丈夫。作太郎は消えないよ。
It's alright, Sakutaro won't disappear.
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。
Maria, I'm back.
作太郎、
Sakutaro, I missed you so much. It was unmistakably that lion, that Sakutaro's stuffed animal. Yeah, Sakutaro
Oh boy,
gives us
he's
feelings.
back.
Yes. Maria had forgotten its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. But the instant she hugged the stuffed animal, everything came back to her vividly.
Hey, he's in solid, hell yeah.
Maria, I'm back. Is your body alright? You aren't hurting anywhere? Even though something so horrible was done to you, you're alright everywhere?
エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから全然平気なの。
Angie revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine.
Say it with me, kids. Magic does not erase trauma.
It is very true. Granted, she
In
asked
fact,
if...
that's kind of the point of like the third episode when Ava Beatrice did a thing.
Yep. Magic does not erase trauma. But yeah, also... Maria did say, is your body alright? You're not in any physical pain. So,
Oh yeah, but that's also like a just a common translation of the phrase like "Are you okay?" is "Are you hurt?"
Mhm.
Is your body all right? You know?
fair enough. I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Like you'll find it in relatively amateurish translations all the time, where like in a manga or something like that, people will say it's like, "Oh, take care of your body," or instead of "take care of yourself" or "be safe," because people aren't actually like localizing; they're just translating.
That's fair. Welcome back, Sakataro.
もうマリアといつまでも一緒だよ。
I'll always be with you from now on, Maria.
永遠に一緒だよ。
Together forever.
だから僕を
Actually, can we go back and listen to that line again so I can see like what phrase they used?
Yeah, sure. Let me see.
サクタロサクタロ体は平気なのどこも痛くないあんなにひどいことされたのにどこも平気なの
Yeah, they're using the phrase "heki," It's like "you're all right, you're okay."
Okay.
I'm not sure if that specifically means body or not, but it might.
Hmm.
But that's also like a literal phrase. So,
Yeah, fair. Yeah, Karada is body. Okay. Thank you, Quinn.
Yes, thank you. Since I did not know the word for body. Thank you.
Oh.
Now I know. I'll probably forget in about 20 minutes, but
I'll always be with you from now on, Maria. Together forever, so don't
離さないでね
let go of me, okay?
離さないよ
Yeah, I won't let go. Never ever. Then, still hugging Sakataro, she looked at me with tear-filled eyes.
ありがとうエンジェ
Thank you, Angie.
エンジェの魔法はす
Your magic is amazing.
ごいどうして
Why?
どうしてサクタロウを蘇らせることができたの
Why were you able to revive Sakataro?
ベアトにもできなかったのに
Even Beato couldn't do it.
ありえぬありえぬ
impossible. Impossible.
どうして
How?
わらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか
How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land?
First off, you're acknowledging that you're human. Second off,
Yay! Yeah, I also had that thought.
yeah, second off, it's because she's not a human under what Japan is saying, because she's a witch.
Yeah, apparently.
ことは断じてありえぬ
This is completely impossible.
何をうろたえているのよベアトリーチェ
What are you so flustered about,
こ
Beatrice?
れが魔法でしょ
This is magic, right?
魔法のわけがない
It cannot possibly be
こ
magic.
こはわらわの黄金鏡
This is my golden
わ
land.
らわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界
A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
そしてわらわの魔法でサク太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった
And my magic was not able to revive Sakataro.
できるはずがないのだその
There's no way it could.
特別なぬいぐるみ
That stuffed animal was a special stuffed
王
animal.
座が娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つの
Rosa made it for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, only one of its kind.
ね魔法でしょ
See? It's magic, right?
Also, I just noticed that Angie's crying too, because she feels bad
Mhm.
about what she's doing here.
Yep. Seem a little squeaky there, Beato. You okay?
Yeah. With this miracle that she could not possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. And she
Damn,
looked at
we had a
Murphy.
really good day on Monday, but now we need a new captioner link.
Yeah, 1 minute. Let's see here. Messing with my tabs here. Because for some reason, I cannot have anything on the same window as the game, otherwise it works. At least on Cat's end.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, we're good.
And she looked at Maria, and Sakataro, innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
ベアトリーチェ、これは本当に魔法なんだよね。
Beatrice, this is really magic, right?
魔法なんだよね。
Twist the
It's
knife of
magic,
it.
right? Yeah.
ベアトリーチェ。
うん。魔法であるぞ。
It is magic.
それこそが本当
That is
魔法であるぞ。
true magic.
Yeah, unfortunately, she actually became a witch, which is gonna be important because we still have to deal with Lambda Delta.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think I didn't forget about that.
どうして
Oh,
ベアト
shit.
にもできない魔法をエンジが使えるの？
How can Angie use magic that even Beato can't do?
どうして
How?
どうして
How?
エンジすごい。エンジはすごい魔女。
Angie's awesome. Angie's an awesome witch.
マリアなんかよりもずっとすごい。本当の魔女だよ。
A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me. Yeah, Maria, you're not reading the room in the slightest.
Just keep twisting the knife, girl. Just keep twisting.
Yeah,
Put some real torque on that bitch.
apparently. But she has no clue what the fuck she's doing right now.
ええ、そうよ、お姉ちゃん。
That's right, Maria.
私は反言の魔女ヘンジェ。
I am the Witch of Resurrection, Angie.
私に蘇らせられないものはないわ。
There is nothing that cannot be revived by me.
すごいよすごい。
Oh, wow, oh,
反
wow.
言の魔法って一番難しいってベアトも言ってたのに。
Even Beato said that the magic of resurrection was the hardest.
エンジはすごい。
Angie, you're awesome.
本当の大魔女なんだ。
A real great witch. Gotta put the extra real in there.
At this point, like, she's just like hooking the fucking knife up to a damn engine to turn it.
Yeah. At that moment, Ria's and Sakataro's forms flashed gold, and the two became gold flower petals and crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other place of peace. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land.
さようなら、マリアお姉ちゃん。そしていつまでもお幸せに。
Goodbye, Maria, and be happy forever.
大丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなたはいるわ。
It's alright, I'm sure you exist in Maria's world as well.
でもそれはあなたのことじゃない。
But that doesn't refer to you.
よかったな、マリア。
I'm happy for you, Maria.
Yep, we are super close, Bedwards.
Yeah, we are inches away from the ending.
わらわはそなたの親友としてその再会を心より祝
I celebrate this reunion from, or rather, as your close friend, I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart.
Oof.
Are you okay, Beato? Because you sound salty.
Yeah. On Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. That expression, it was joy, it was anger, it was sadness.
それが 魔法の根源よね。
That is the basis of magic, isn't it?
愛がなければ、
Without
悲
love,
しみがなければ、
without sadness,
怒りがなければ、
without anger,
魔法は見えない。
magic cannot be seen.
And as Maria shows us, that can be platonic love as well. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually caused greater and greater fissures, and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about trying to escape. There was nowhere to escape to, nor for Beatrice. The Golden Land
Also,
began
hi,
to crumble
Edwards. How
away.
you doing today?
The earth gave way like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. Then, she was mercilessly slammed against a jet-black floor. It was a small, nondescript, and very dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there were windows, they let no light into this place. Beatrice's smoking room. Even as Beato moaned from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. A seat was there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she had left it. The game board, too, was preserved in the same state in which Beato had abandoned it.
そこがあなたの席よ。座りなさい。
That is your seat. Sit.
わらわに座るべき席はここしかない。
So this is the only seat for me to sit in.
Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed
勝つ
sadly.
か負けるか。あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。
Win or lose, that is all you are given.
それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。
A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted.
でも、中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。
But the one thing I will not allow is for you to suspend the game and throw it
勝っ
away.
て生き残るか、負けて消え去るか。
Either win and survive or lose and
そ
disappear.
のどちらかになるまで、あなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。
And so one of those two things happens, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair.
それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
Isn't that your only duty as the host of a witch's game, as the Golden Witch Beatrice?
Laughing weakly, Beato sat down. Then she rested her elbows on the table, covered her face with both hands, and managed to put together a smile with just her
勝
mouth.
てぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬか。
Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game.
ならばよかろ
Very well then.
う。わらわが負けるまで繰り返そうではないか。
Why don't I repeat this until I lose?
何よ気弱な。
Spare me the pity
勝
show.
ちなさいよ。あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。
Use the very best moves you
あなた
have.
が始めたゲーム。
You started this
あな
game.
たには最善手を指す義務がある。
You have a duty to make the best moves possible.
いい加減に優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
Enough with all this indecisive fooling around.
Just then, there was a heavy sound. Beato felt a cold and pitiful sensation on her leg.
Literally chained her there, huh? Fuck, Atlanta Delta. Gotcha.
やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアト。
I finally got you, eh, Beato?
おい大ラムダデルタ教ではないか。
Oh, if it isn't the great Lady Lambda Delta.
まだおられたとはな。
To think that you were still here.
Beato's foot was locked in an ice-cold steel shackle. Fastening her to the chair she sat in, she would no longer be able to escape from this seat.
もう逃げられないんだからね。
You won't be able to escape anymore. Got it?
私こう見えてもしつこいの。意外でしょ？
I'm more persistent than I look. Surprising, huh?
I love that Lambda Delta's outfit is the one that is just so directly ripped from its inspiration. Because I showed you before, it basically
Oh yeah,
is
you
that.
absolutely did.
自覚がなかった方が意外であるわ。
I'm more surprised that you weren't already aware of it.
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。
You were not permitted to leave early or suspend the
永
game.
遠に戦うのよ。勝つためにね。
You'll fight for all eternity, in order to win, of course.
負けたくはないでしょ。
You don't want to lose, right?
負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけ覗いてみたい。
You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you lose.
大丈夫よ。勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ卿があんたが勝つまでつきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
Don't worry, you can win. Until you do, I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, will stick right by you and look after you for all eternity.
Yep, just the double, threats in there.
しかし、戦いたくとも、わらわの向かいに対戦相手はおらぬぞ。
But even if I wish to fight, I have no opponent across from me, correct?
Hey, we need to do some magic once at a time, so give it a minute.
One spell at a time, bitch.
大丈夫よ。バトラーを見つけてきた。
It's alright, I found Battler.
When Berncastel appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite
See,
chair.
when it did that sound effect of the slap sound, like, I expected her just, to be showing up, dragging him by the back of his collar.
Yes, that's what really happened in our hearts. Because that's what I imagined too. It's just her just flopping him down, but physically doing it.
Here you go, I found this by the side of the road. Flop.
Exactly. Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll. Fuck. Without the one pillar that established his soul, he had fallen into the very depths of darkness, and had been drifting about all this time. By rights, he should have dispersed and vanished like mist. Berncastel had managed to scrape him together. Fuck, it really does sound like she picked him up by the side of the road.
Yeah, just fucking peeled him off the road like roadkill.
It was surprising that she had managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his body had returned, his soul had not. It was blown away when his existence was denied by Beatrice. It wouldn't come back easily.
バトラーもこの戦いを逃げないわ。
Battler won't run from this fight either.
あんたに勝つまでね。
Not until he beats you.
勝ち目がなくなってきたからって、すべて投げ出して逃げるなんて、そんな無粋を許しはしない。
We won't permit such boorishness as to throw everything away and run just because the chances of winning have grown slim.
彼だって、そんなことを望んではいないよ。
Not even he himself wants that.
後ろ見破る。
Right. You should rule me up, Battler.
Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't
バ
answer.
トラー、しっかり。
Battler, get a hold of yourself.
あなたはここにいるわよ。
You are here.
そして敵は目の前にいる。
And the enemy is before your eyes.
戦って
Fight.
勝つために。
Fight to win.
Battler lazily and incoherently parroted her words. He was back, but the trauma inflicted on his soul was no small thing. Yeah, trauma's a thing, kids.
Yeah, there you go.
That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he had respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was. I guess that...
Honestly, if you,
Yeah.
put your entire identity around whose kid you are, you kind of deserve to have it ripped out from under you.
Yeah, it's kind of a flimsy thing, admittedly.
Like, come on, man. At least have some fucking hobbies you like. Shit.
Yeah, which I mean, I'm sure he does, but it's one of those things of who your birth parents are matters the further back in the past you go. When it shouldn't, but society kind of deems it so.
Oh, yeah, of course. Listen, I'm not saying that people don't care who their birth parents are. It's perfectly fine to care about that, all right? It's just like, don't set your entire identity around that one thing. Not even both parents, but like just the one parent. That's just weird.
Yeah.
It wasn't even his it wasn't even his like noble in quotes parent that he set it around either.
Nope, he set it around, well, the person he loved more, it seemed like.
Which is fair.
Yeah, like, Rudolph is kind of a jackass.
自分は後ろ宮バトラーではない。
I am not Ushiromiya Battler.
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。あんたは他の誰でもない後ろ宮バトラよ。
Don't talk stupid. You were Ushiromiya Battler and no one else.
誰が認めようと否定しようと、あなたがそれを信じなさい。
No matter who else admits that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself.
あなたの世界はね、あなただけが作れるのよ。
You're the only one who can create your own world, you know.
あなたが後ろ宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
Don't lose the world where you are Ushiromiya Battler.
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。
And who am I?
お袋の子じゃないんだぜ。
I'm not Mom's kid.
どこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Where was
There's
I
only
born
one
from?
other option, Battler.
Granted, I don't know if he was privy to that conversation. With,
I know, but like he knows, or at least he feels like his father cheated on his mother with Kiri, or rather, you know.
Yeah.
So like, you gotta be like, okay, maybe that was going on a little bit longer than I thought.
That's fair. But we also know that Battler takes a minute to put things together.
Yeah, he's a bit dull.
Battler asked while gazing lazily up at the ceiling with eyes that still hadn't regained their sparkle. Of course, she answered right away.
He's about as sharp as a ball peen hammer.
そうね。
Yeah, he does not think well under pressure.
I gotta save that one for later. For later, about as sharp as a ball peen hammer. Ooh. Owen's good. Well, I'm just gonna praise myself for that one real quick.
Yep, that is a good one.
Yes, that's true. Beato declared it with the red truth.
We might need to make a quotes command at some point. Because we
I
get some
have
good
one. I
ones.
just haven't been updating the fucking bullshit, like the list. Mostly because I forget to do it. So,
Yeah. But now we're actually getting a good few people in who might do it for us.
I need to set. What I need to do is set up the command to automatically set a quote into the list.
Yeah, that's what
That
I mean.
I have not done.
Yeah. Is set up the whole shebang.
だから私も宣言する。
So I'll declare it too.
後ろ宮バトラは
Yes.
後ろ宮アスムの息子ではないわ。
Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Usuma's son.
なれば我がゲームの対戦
Hey, Beato.
はないではない。
That's not the parent that matters.
Not per this qualification bullshit, at least.
Yeah, which I'm absolutely sure she knows that. She's just trying to keep him from being able to fight.
Yep.
So she doesn't have to continue. In that case, he's not qualified to be the opponent in my game, is he?
ベアトリーチェに復唱要求。
Repetition request for Beatrice.
後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮金蔵の孫ではない。
Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild.
As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a pained smile rose to her
復
face.
唱拒否ね。
Declining to repeat, I see.
ベアトが宣言した2つの赤き真実。
Beato declared two red
バトラ
truths.
はアスムの息子ではない。
You were not Asumu's son,
そして金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。
and no one except Kinzo's grandchild Battler is qualified to be her opponent.
これに矛盾せずにバトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説よ。
The following theory will see you accepted as qualified without any
これ
contradictions.
が私の青き真実。聞きなさい。
This is my blue truth. Listen to this.
ベアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであって、
The one who is qualified to be Beato's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya
ア
Battler.
スムの息子であるか否かは問題ではない。
And whether that person is Asumu's son or not is not an issue.
すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。
In other words, you can be Kinzo's grandchild even if you are not Usumu's son,
ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
as long as you're Rudolph's son.
くだらない言葉遊びよね。
What a stupid word game. Well, that works because it is stupid and he's stupid, so.
ベアト、
Blue truth, valid.
赤き真実での反論は
Beato, your counter argument with the red
赤
truth.
き真実で受けられないならバトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
If you cannot counter it with the red truth, there is no problem with Battler's qualifications as an opponent.
Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him, but even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit.
Maybe ball peen hammer is too generous.
俺は
It does have like a kind of an edge, after all, on the other side of the hammer. Just not a ball.
Then who am I?
しっかりなさい。
Maybe he's more like a
あんた
like a
が
golf
後宮
ball.
バトラ。
Textured, but entirely round and not sharp at all.
Yeah.
Get a hold of yourself. You are Ushiromiya Battler.
確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。
Yeah, maybe Asumu didn't give birth to you.
でもだから何？
But so what?
あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。
That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right?
例えばあなたにとって後宮エンジェは何？
For example, what is Ushiromiya Anju to you?
血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。
You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right?
血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
It's not about blood, it's about bonds, isn't it?
Yes, good.
Damn right. Although you're still blood related to him, just, through the other parent.
Yep.
In the case that Asumu actually is his mother, but, we at this point know that it's Kiri is his mother.
Yep.
So you're both still...
Yeah.
You're not your half siblings, you're full siblings.
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to say.
そりゃそうさエンジェは血がつながってなくても妹だ。
Oh yeah, even though we don't share the same blood, Angie is my little sister.
赤で言ってエンジェは妹。
Say it in red. Say that Angie is your little sister.
エンジェは俺の妹だ。
Angie is my little sister.
あ家と
Ah, it worked. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind. So strongly that it
どう
hurt.
いう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さん
Oh,
じゃない
come
かわ
on,
からない。
Angie. No.
You should know.
You can't be as dull as your brother. Please, we need at least one smart person in the room. Oh, God. It's just like a shipping truck full of ping pong balls in here.
Oh.
I don't know why Asumu wasn't your birth mother. Yes, you
あなたは
do.
今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。
But still, until today, you believe that she was your mother. You still do, right?
世の中にはね、母親さえ、家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ。
In this world, there are plenty of people even without even a mother, without even a family.
アスムお母さんは、あなたを寂しがらせたことがある？
Did Asumu ever let you feel lonely?
ないでしょ？
She's not fixing her fucking like vocabulary here, so like this is a very. If Battler was not as dull as he is, he would have realized by now. It's like, oh, I think this is Angie.
Yeah.
Did Asumu ever let you feel lonely? Never, right?
あなたの平和だった家族を簡単に捨て去らないで。
Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily.
あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから、家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。
Your family bonds have gotten way too thin after leaving your family for 6 years.
もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて。
You have to feel those family bonds much, much more strongly.
思い出して。
Remember,
ハスムお母さんのためにも、こんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
for Sumu's sake, don't lose your affection because of some stupid ravings from a witch.
そうさ、
You're right.
おふくろはいつだって
Mom was always on my side.
ここはどこだよ。
Where is this place?
くれよ。
It's dark. I want to go home.
俺の家族は、みんなはどこなんだよ。
Where's all of my family? Yeah, that's what we call, shock, Battler. Give it a minute.
Mm-hmm.
The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears formed
お
there.
家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。
Your little sister is waiting at home for you to come back.
せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。彼女はいつまでも一人ぼっち。
She needs you at least to come back. Or she'll be alone, all alone forever.
妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
For your little sister's sake, if nothing else, please win this witch's game.
エンジ、俺妹。
Angie, my little sister.
でもよ、わからねえんだ。
But the thing is, I don't know
ど
anymore.
うして俺はベアトとこんなわけのわかんねえ残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ。
Why do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Beato forever? It's not incomprehensible. Like, yeah, you're having to doubt a lot of things. Like, I'll give you that you're not exactly a member of the debate club at your school.
Yeah, and your family isn't exactly like
Great at
picturesque or
rhetoric.
anything.
And yeah, family ain't picturesque. I mean, yeah, you're right. I'm giving Battler shit.
You're right,
but,
Quinn. I just hate Battler because, that's my thing.
Yeah, no, we are absolutely just giving him shit, but you are correct, Quinn.
I'm contractually obligated to beat this man with a spoon.
もう嫌だ。
I've had enough.
早くこんなゲームに決着をつけてお家へ帰りなさい。
In that case, hurry up and finish off this game and go back home.
後ろ宮バトラー、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの？
Ushiromiya Battler, how long are you going to play around in a place like this?
妹が帰りを待ってるわよ。
Your little sister is waiting for you to come home. I'm sorry, I'm still like chuckling over Quinn's comment.
Yeah,
It's just so earnest.
that's right. Battler was caught up in this strange game before he even knew it. And unable to understand what he was fighting for, he was taken along at the witch's pace, toyed with and made to fight for a very long time. That should have been the simplest and first question. Not understanding that is why he loses his purpose for fighting. It's why my voice doesn't reach his ears. What he needs is not some vague purpose like winning against a witch or because she's unforgivable. He needs to become aware.
Fuck you. Spite is a very powerful motivator.
I mean,
would
that's
know.
fair. He needs to become aware of a purpose for which he must win.
そうだ
That's right.
帰りたい
I want to go home
エンジのところに帰りたい
to Mom and Dad and Angie.
もう嫌だここは嫌だ
I've had enough of this place.
もう魔女は嫌だゲームも殺人も嫌だ嫌だ嫌だ
I've had enough of witches. I've had enough of games and murders. Enough. Enough.
バトラの魂が戻りかけてる。
Atler's soul is starting to come back.
でも
It's like in the context of him being like soulless right now and having to like forcefully resurrect himself. Honestly, it should probably take even longer.
Yeah, like, it's gonna be quicker than it really should be, but also, it is pretty fucking rad.
But it can't quite reach.
もう嫌でしょ。
Not just an existential crisis, like his soul is actually just like gone, dead.
Yeah, like,
He's able to forcefully be like resurrected.
yeah, like, he's gotta force it to come back from where it was blown away to.
You've had enough, right?
なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦って。
Then fight so you can return to your family.
ベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて。
Destroy Beatrice and come home.
Yeah, these are meant to be played. Like, the best way to have played these was to play as they were coming out. Because we know we're only halfway there. What the other half is gonna be, we don't fucking know.
嫌だもう魔女は嫌だ
No, no more witches.
ベアトも嫌だどいつもこいつも嫌だお前も嫌だ
Oof.
お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ
Enough of Beato, enough of everything, and you too. You're probably just another one of the witch's
いつ
allies.
また裏切るかもわからない
Could be betrayed again at any time. Yeah, that's the trauma talking.
I'm sure she knows that he's just angry and like fucked up right now, but man, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
何も信用できない赤くない言葉は何も信用できない
Oh, I can't trust anything. I can't trust any words that aren't read.
俺に構うな構うな
Leave me alone, leave me alone. Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind so tightly that it hurt.
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。
Hurry up and come home, Battler.
私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
Don't leave me all alone.
Gosh. Just gosh.
Got you a little?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
お前
Oh, come on, Battler.
Who are
She
you?
literally just called you older brother.
私よ、エンジェよ。
It's me. It's Angie.
お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。
No one's coming back home, Battler. Not you, not Mom, and not Dad.
寂しいよ。
I'm so lonely.
お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
Please, hurry up and come home.
エンジお前エンジだったのか
So you were Angie.
If your next line isn't "No fucking wonder I recognized you," I'm gonna come through the screen at you, boy.
そうよ、エンジェよ。
That's right. I'm Angie.
誰も帰ってこない世界の後ろ宮エンジェ。
The Urushiromiya Angie of a world where no one comes home.
私の家族はすべてあの日のロッケン島から帰ってこない。
My entire family never came home from Rokkenjima that
目
day.
の前のあの魔女が家族をすべてお兄ちゃんさえも奪い取ってしまった。
The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you.
お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。
Only you can finish her, Battler.
あいつをやっつけて、
Oh my. Finish her.
そして家族を取り戻して。
and take your family back.
そして私のところに帰ってきて
And then come home to me.
ベアトが俺の家族を。
Beato stole my family.
そうと逃げも隠れもせぬ
As she says, I will not run away or hide from it.
わらわが後ろ宮エンジェから家族を奪って
I just had a fucking like Scooby-Doo bit like pop into my head.
Oh.
I stole Ushiromiya Angie's family away from her, and I would have stolen her too.
If it wasn't for diseases.
For meddling colds.
バトラはわらわの玩具よ
Battler's my toy.
その父親も母親もすべて玩具よ
His father and mother too. All of them are my toys.
And if it wasn't for you, and your stupid lion too.
そなたには返さぬ
I won't give them back to you.
永遠に一人ぼっちで帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいい
You may continue to wander alone forever, awaiting the return of your family that is never to be.
From Angie's arms that held him, the very painful, sad, and lonely days that his little sister left all alone had gone through flowed into Battler. Because he had been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all alone, and had been forced to endure such painful days.
エンジ
I take issue with the fact that like they're constantly saying that Battler is playing around here when he's trapped in a fucking like purgatory, endlessly watching his entire family get slaughtered and being forced to argue about it with the bitch that's doing it.
Yeah.
Like that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, that
That's
is
not
kind of...
play. Like she calls it a game, but it is no actual game.
Yeah, it is pretty fucked. But also, he really needed to steal his resolve much earlier than this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
くそ俺は何をやってたんだ
Angie, shit. What have I been
あり
doing?
がとうなエンジ
I think the equivalent in English would be more like, or rather, what he's actually saying. I'm sure he's actually saying the words like playing around, and that's how it's being framed and everything as well, like on purpose. But I think like his emotions are more like, "What am I doing? I'm wasting time. I should have won already."
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's really the intention.
But like it's being framed as playing around because of the chess bullshit, right? Because
Yeah.
the whole thing is chess themed.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, there is an element of escapism because the people are interesting. Obviously, he would prefer not to be torn apart or see his family torn apart, but
Yeah.
oh yeah, and episode 3 was a
Oh, yeah,
huge
absolutely.
waste of fucking time from that perspective. Episode 3
Absolutely.
was like episode 3
I know
was
that they're doing it on
interesting as
purpose,
fuck.
and it's like the intent to have it framed like this, especially from Andy's point of view. It's just like I think that I was just talking about like I think that's how he feels is that he's been wasting time
Yeah.
because he hasn't won yet, regardless of whether that's actually reasonable or not to feel that way, or like to think that rather, because feeling that way is fine, you know, it's valid, whatever.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not that's true, that he actually has been wasting time, he feels like that. He feels like he's wasting time.
Thanks a bunch, Angie.
お兄ちゃんは大切なことをずっと忘れていた
Big Brother has been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Angie was clutching his head with an incredible force so he couldn't. Sweat? Hot drops splashed the back of Battler's neck. What they were, he discovered by holding Angie's arm as she clung to him. Because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers red. Because, yeah, she wasn't allowed to say this.
Mm-hmm.
し
What? Angie,
大丈夫か
are you alright?
おい
Hey! It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler couldn't tell for sure because he couldn't turn around. The hot drops staining his entire back were surely
お
blood.
兄ちゃんを助けるためにここに来るために
In order to save you, Battler, in order to come here.
唯一守らなきゃいけないルールがあったの。
There was a single rule that I wasn't allowed to break.
それがこれ
This was it.
お兄ちゃんに私が
Letting you find out
知られてしまうこと
that I was Angie.
辛かったよ。
It was so hard.
お兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのにそれを口にできないなんて。
My older brother was right before my eyes, and I couldn't even tell him.
このルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだった。
If I just followed the rule, I would have been able to stay by your side forever.
お兄ちゃんと一緒に魔女と戦うゲームを永遠に遊べるはず。
You and me together, playing the game against the witch for eternity.
でもそれじゃダメ。
But that's no good.
お兄ちゃんは帰らなきゃ。
Battler, you have to go back.
お家であなたの妹が待っているもの。
Back home, your sister is waiting for you.
それは私のことではないけれど、それであなたの妹は救われる。
That person isn't me, but this way your sister will find her salvation.
エンジエンジこんなに血が
So much blood.
こんなに
So much, so much. He wanted to turn around, but he couldn't because of how tightly Angie was gripping his head. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Angie's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now. Yeah, you're not gonna want to see whatever that is.
I do, though.
気にしないで。
Ah, fuck. Gotta do the captioner again.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. We didn't know how good we had it.
Yeah.
Alright, connect it again.
Okay.
Don't worry.
私は所詮駒だから。
I'm just a piece.
ね、チェスではね、サクリファイスって言うんだって。
You know, in chess, they have this thing called a sacrifice.
サクリなんだって
Sakura, what?
そんなことはどうでもいい
Who cares about that?
早く手当てを
Let's get
I
you some
don't,
first
I
aid
don't think
quickly.
first aid is gonna help whatever the fuck is happening to her.
Yeah, this is what we call a magical fucking curse. And she broke the rule.
この手を一度離すんだエンジ
She even accepted the rule at first, too, giving it power over her.
Yep. Let go for a second, Angie.
サクリファイス捨て駒のこと
A sacrifice is a thrown piece. Maybe they have a magical first aid kit. What are they gonna do? Give her some fucking tea and cookies?
I don't know. Gap shows up in a nurse's outfit. 'Cause she would. Even if she
Just like
doesn't
pull
know
a fucking
anything
Skyrim
medical.
and have her eat a bunch of cookies to recover her HP.
戦略的展望のためわざと損を承知で
For the sake of the strategic vision, you intentionally let a piece go in full awareness of the loss.
The ultimate goal in chess is victory against the opponent, so sacrificing a few individual pieces is no problem if that can bring you to victory in the end. Angie had made a level-headed decision. She had been told over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler right now, she herself needed to become a sacrificial piece. Battler had to be made aware. His purpose in playing this witch's game must not be something abstract like finishing off the witch. He needs to win the game. He needs to release himself, and needs to bring his family back home. Why? Because he has family, a little sister waiting for him to come home. Being created to bring Ushiromiya Angie's voice to him. That is who Angie Beatrice is, who I am. I will use the piece I am as a sacrifice, to give my older brother the will to fight, to give him purpose. Battler, my purpose is not to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushiromiya Angie's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose.
I wonder if the idea is that in between the release of each episode, they've been playing other matches.
That's a good question.
But I think at different points, like, they do actually refer to the other matches by
Number.
So that's kind of out.
I don't think there's been more matches, but there's probably been more questioning.
Yeah, more interaction or what have you between, which is nothing important for the story.
Because episode 2 kind of starts in. Yeah, I think it's all the loops, but in episode 2, I think there was we go in the middle of a questioning section between the Sisters of Purgatory, Seven Stakes, and Battler. Basically, they'd ask him a question about how a murder was done, and when he got it wrong, they'd mutilate him, basically.
Yeah.
The white, skinny arm holding Battler was pale and transparent, almost like wax, but it was stained so cruelly with fresh blood.
私はもう消えちゃうけれど
I'm going to disappear now,
お
but
兄ちゃんは頑張って戦ってきっと私のところへ帰ってきてね
you fight with all you've got. Make sure you come back to me, okay?
待ってるよずっと
I'll be waiting, always.
お兄ちゃんをもっといっぱい手助けしてあげるつもりだったのに何もできなかった
I planned on helping you out a whole lot more than this, but I couldn't do anything.
ごめんね
Sorry.
いいんだ。
Don't worry about that.
お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか。
You taught me, didn't you?
どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか。
You taught me why I have to win,
そして俺が絶対に勝って
and that I absolutely
お前の
have
と
to
ころに
win,
帰ってやらなくちゃって。
and come back to you.
俺は何をこんなところでぼんやりと遊んでいたんだ。
What have I been doing, lazing about playing in a place like this?
ああ、もうこんなところで遊んでなんかいないぞ。
Yeah, I'm not playing around here anymore.
帰るからな。帰るからな。
I'm gonna come back. You better believe I'll come
だ
back.
け持ってきっと帰るからな。約束する。
I'm definitely gonna come back bringing a souvenir. I promise. What sort
What,
of
you gotta
fucking
bring your little
souvenir?
yeah. Like, are you gonna bring your little sister like someone's severed head or something?
いらないから一つだけ約束して
I don't need one, so just promise me one thing.
なんだよ。何でも約束する。
What is it? I'll promise
こ
anything.
の手を今から離すね
In a second, I'm going to take my hand away.
痛かったでしょ
You must have heard, right?
ギュッとしててごめんね
I held you so tightly. Sorry.
私は大丈夫だから振り返らなくていいから
I'm alright. You don't have to turn around,
だ
so
から最後にお兄ちゃんの
before I go,
一番かっこいいところを見せて。
show me your coolest.
席を立って目の前の魔女を指さしてゲームの再開を
Rise from your seat. Point at the witch before your eyes and declare that the game will recommence.
Angie's hand slid and disappeared behind me. The stark marks of her fingers were left behind in the blood that had been oozing from her fingernails, but I turned around right away to take care of Angie's wounds.
エンジエンジ
ああ振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
And you even promised you wouldn't turn around.
エンジ
Yeah, you had one job, Battler. One job.
どこへ
Where'd she... She told you she would disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Behind my chair, as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It would be really funny if that was... Son of a bitch!
There was
Oh,
a
man.
sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and mincemeat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing lay crumpled as though they had been thrown off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, it'd be really funny if he turned around and there was just like a puddle of meat and blood. And he did, and that's what happened. Fuck me. I'm not used to those, like, one-offs, like, it would be really funny if things actually happening. Fucking hell.
You had to pull a fucking Orpheus. Fucking Orpheus, though, didn't you?
Yeah, he really did.
As though a human's insides alone had been pulverized and discarded. As though Angie, who had been standing there until just a second ago, had been crushed.
エンジエンジはどこだよ
I'm sorry to tell you this, Battler, but you're looking at her.
Angie, where is
エン
Angie?
ジはどこに消えたんだよ
Where did Angie disappear to?
おいエンジはどこに消えたんだよ
Hey, where did Angie disappear to? The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I didn't want to accept it.
わらわはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。
I was right in front of you, watching the whole time.
そなたの後ろでエンジェがどうなっていくかを。
Watching what happened to Angie behind you.
お前は知ってるのかエンジはどこへ行ったんだ
You know? Where did Angie go? I know it's because you just don't want to accept it, but come on, man.
Right? Yeah.
焼けたでっかい
While she still lived,
一つ
pinch by
一
pinch,
つ
massive red-hot pincers
全身の肉を引きちぎ捨てていく
tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off her, threw them away.
わらわは見ていた
I was watching.
魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍な行為をエンジェの後ろから
I watched as countless cruel tools, red hot from the witch's furnace, approached Angie from behind.
一つまみ一つまみ肉をついばひねる引き
And
ちぎ
one bit at a time, pecked at her flesh, twisted it off,
にするんだ
ripped it off in chunks, and tore her to pieces.
エンジェは誇っていい
Angie should be
兄
proud.
と最後の言葉を交わすためにその苦痛の喘ぎを最後まで耐えたことを誇っていい
In order to exchange her last words with her brother, she withstood the gasp of pain until the very end. She should be proud of that.
like hell that happened. But rolling there on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head. Those pink bead hair ornaments. To be honest, I was thinking they were a bit too childish and didn't really suit her, so I remembered them well. Why has Angie been wearing these cheap hair ornaments all this time?
Only because it's like the last gift you ever gave her, dumbass.
No, this can't be Angie. It couldn't be.
ベアトも正直ね。
That was honest, Beato.
バトルには見えてなかったんだから。蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに。
I think he would still like not believe that because there's a massive pile of like gore behind him. This is like a pulped person right there. Come on. Balor didn't see it, so you could have just said that she turned into butterflies and flew away or something. The meat was payment for the butterflies. Hilariously, I do actually have meat butterflies in one of my settings, so that's real good. I like that idea.
You guys also saw that happen?
One of them fucking did it, didn't just watch.
You watched
I
Angie
don't remember
get
if it was
torn
Bern
into
Costello or
little
fucking
pieces,
Landon Delta, but one of them
into
did it.
little bits. Yeah, I don't actually think they established who's setting the rule here.
Yeah.
You
were watching and yet you kept your faces that calm?
I think Bern Costello has seen so much worse. So,
yeah.
Even if she's not like callously evil like that, I think she's just used to it.
Yeah, she's a bit more dead inside. Because, picked apart by crows and whatnot.
She's like experienced that before.
Without answering, Bern Costello landed Delta and Beatrice looked at me. Some in pity, others in derision. She was calling herself Gretel. So after what happened with Virgilia in the last game, I was thinking up until now that she might be Beato's underling. And I was making sure not to trust her even though she was on my side. And then, just as I learned that it was actually Angie, I'm not permitted to see her face. And when I turn around, I find something like this.
良いではないか。妹のことなど。
What does it matter about your little sister?
What did you say?
どうせそなたは永遠にここから帰れなどせぬわ。
You will never return from this place in any case.
そなたが帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろうが。
Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come home has nothing to do with you.
そなたがここで遊んでいる限り、無数の世界のエンジェが孤独となる。
As long as you play here, the Angies of countless worlds will live in isolation.
Into the Angieverse.
今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられる。
In the same pain of her final moments just now, will be forced upon them, diluted over a period of more than a decade.
だが、そんなことはどうでもいいことではないか。
However, that is of no importance, correct?
ここにいるそなたには見えない。
They cannot be seen by you from here.
But yeah, but you can care about things you don't literally see.
I know, she's just taunting him though.
I know. I'm just talking to her, like, I don't know. But yeah, she's literally just trying to get the fire under him again.
観測できない。
You cannot observe it.
観測できない真実は赤き真実を用いねば立証できない。
An unobservable truth cannot be proven except by the red
だ
truth.
からエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。
Therefore, your anxiety over Angie's future unhappiness might well be an ungrounded fear.
案外 ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
She might, surprisingly enough, have an easier life ahead of her, never needing to work thanks to Rudolph's inheritance, right?
While money gives you the ability to pursue happiness, it does not literally create happiness.
Yeah.
That's why tech bros are some of the most miserable motherfuckers I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That was a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of the sad world that follows had poured into me in an instant. It's all because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I have to defeat her. I have to take back my family. And come back to Angie, who's waiting for me as soon as humanly possible. Because even as I hang around with the witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. So many bots!
Yeah, that's a lot of bots today. What the fuck?
And it's all
It's
on
like
my
they're
side.
trading. Yeah, they're trading. Like last time it was all me. This time it's all you.
Angie, is this what you wanted to see? Words the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moments slowly. And yet, with all my might, I pointed. Beatrice. Resume this game. I won't run away anymore.
Actually, I don't think he knows that she's chained there yet. He hasn't looked.
Yeah, and I won't let you get away either.
As I like it. I can no longer escape or hide. Really? Another one that fast? What the fuck?
There are so many. Is something going on today?
I have no idea. Let us settle this between us for certain. One will win. One will lose and be destroyed.
Sorry, my brain was trying to make out what the words were, but I can't.
Yeah, I was also thinking about that, but in a different angle. I actually really like songs that sample, like, just, like, speaking in the background.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's an interesting sample, so I would like to know what it's saying, but we'll leave that for later.
No other resolution exists.
I will win. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely defeat you. In this match, there will no longer be any compromise, interruptions, or losing by default. I won't run away.
There's a track earlier in the game that samples Star Trek to... Okay, fuck yeah.
Now, what's this track if it says Endless 9?
Endless 9. Okay, let me Google that real quick. Umineko Endless 9. It's apparently a concept as well. I didn't read anything about it, but like, it's a concept in the setting as well. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But I got the song up, so I can look up it later.
Alright. You won't get away. Come, take me down with everything you've got. There's no need for any stupid tricks or deceptions, no need for interacting with each other weirdly or acting all
お
friendly.
前と俺は敵同士
You and I are enemies.
1秒でも早く決着をつけて俺はエンジのところへ家族を連れ帰らなきゃならない
Have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Angie.
I'm still just like thinking about the fact that like the Umineko manga has a fucking romance tag on it.
Yeah.
揺るぎなき決
Unwavering purpose,
絶対の意志
absolute certain willpower.
人間の絶対なる意志絶対の魔力と
A human's certain willpower becomes certain magical power.
それは奇跡に通じそれを約束する
That acts as a miracle and makes it a promise.
そうこれは約束された絶対の奇跡
I'm starting to think that like the message of Umineko might be the unrelenting spirit of man type shit.
It does seem to be that, at least to a degree.
Yes, this is a promise to certain miracle.
わらわの価値は100億に一ついやひとかけらの奇跡も絶対になくありえぬということか
Is there not even a 1 in 10 billion chance? No, is it certain that there is not even a fragment of a miracle that can make my victory happen?
わらわの足にはいつの
I mean, Burn Costello's backing him, so like you're kind of fucked.
もう片方の足にも冷たく頑丈な鎖が絡みつき
Before I knew it, a cold, stiff chain bound my other leg without a sound,
この椅子に縛り付けている
fastening me into to the chair.
わらわに残されたる運命をバトラに殺され敗北することか
All that is left to me is either to be killed by Battler and be defeated,
それを拒み永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことのみ
or resist that and repeatedly tie for all eternity.
Yeah, the Witch of Miracles and the Witch of Certainty. Nobody is on Beato's side now. Because Lambda Delta wants her to just continue tying for eternity. And Burn Castell just wants her to lose.
For, obvious reasons.
殺されるための心の整理がつくまで引き分けを繰り返すの間違い
No, I guess that's repeatedly tie until I prepare my heart for death.
いずれにせよ破れるためだけ
I don't know, bitch.
戦わねばな
Shit's magic. You're probably not gonna die at the end of this. Probably. Like, I don't know exactly what's gonna be your end, like your conclusion in the end of the story, but like, you're probably not gonna fucking die. Shit's magic, I don't know. You gotta explain this shit. Either way, I must now fight only to lose.
もう永遠の鎖はわらわを縛り付け
I've already been bound in eternal
たそ
chains,
してバトラもまた
and Battler won't let me
わらわを
escape
許
either.
さないみっともなく許しを請うか
Should I pathetically beg for his forgiveness?
同情を請うために憐れみの心に訴えかけるか
If I was in Beato's position right here, after like knowing that it's just like tie until I die, and then like I'm also trapped here, I might just be like, you know what? Fuck this. I resign. You win. Let's go. Just make it happen. I'm done. It's just a piss off Lambda Delta.
Yep.
And of course, like before getting exploded into like a meat pulp, I would explain what was going on to Battlers. Be like, hey, I didn't actually even want to do this. I'm being forced to by that bitch over there. So, now that I don't even have a chance of victory and getting out of this alive, nah, I'm done. Fuck this. I'm out. Sucks, dude. I know you don't get a satisfying conclusion to your game, but hey, you get your family back. I'm done. Later. Should I ask for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart?
なりふり構わず土下座して
Should I disregard appearances and prostrate myself?
鎖のせいでそれも叶わぬ
Because of the chains, even that will not be granted me.
チェックメイト
Checkmates.
これは完全なる詰めだ
The perfect endgame.
だ
However,
わらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリー
I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔王
Alright, there's something in my brain. Hold on. Golden Demon Lord. I gotta write that down.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like that. There we go. Okay, it's written down. Anyway, the Demon Lord of Gold who reigns over the Golden Land.
破れるための戦いであっても
I can do some alchemy shit with that.
ふさわしい
Sorry.
態度だ
Maybe a losing battle, but there still exists an attitude befitting my stature.
そしてわらわに
I know it's not World Building Wednesday. I shouldn't be talking about my writing right now. I have the right to beautify my death in the manner befitting for me.
わらわとて同じそなたに我が魔法を
Grand and glorious and golden.
この島に黄金鏡の扉を開く
And I likewise, I will make you accept the existence of my magic and open the door to the Golden Land on this island.
そなたはその最初の茶会の主賓となるだろ
You shall become the guest of honor at the very first tea party.
うそなた以外は全員がすでに揃っているぞ
Everyone besides you has already gathered, you see.
主
Or
賓
has
の
gathered
到
already.
着が遅れているからいつまでも茶会が開けない
Because the arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin.
そなたの父親も母親もいとこたちもみんなお前の到着を待ちくたびれているぞ
Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival.
ああ上等だぜ全くにもって上等だ
Yeah, suits me. Suits me absolutely perfect.
何が魔法だ何が魔女だ
Magic and witches, what a load of
お
bullshit.
前との遊びはこれまでだ
I'm done playing games with you.
よそベアトリーチェ
Here we go, Beatrice.
存分に来るがよいぞ妥協も中断も不先輩もない
I suggest you hold nothing back, for there will be no compromise, interruptions, or losing by
ど
default.
ちらかが勝ちどちらか
One will win, and one will be destroyed.
お前に負ける意志がないというのわらわを倒すしかない殺す
If
し
you
か
have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me, kill me.
しかしわらわもむざむざと殺されはしない
However, I will not go down without a fight.
わらわにふさわしき最後をそなたが用意できるまで抵抗を繰り返すことができる
Alright, sorry, I just had another idea that popped into my head. Which, it's Persona 5 where the dude, like, shoots himself, right?
No, that's 3.
Is that, okay, that's 3. It was either 3 or 5, and I couldn't remember which one it was.
Yep, it's Persona 3 that also marked the shift where it really deviated from Shin Megami Tensei.
Fair enough. It's like, you know, he shoots himself to summon his persona or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
His
because
magic
it's
bullshit.
basically a Memento Mori kind of thing.
Yeah. Let's see. How do I phrase this in my notes so I can do this without typing up a whole paragraph?
そなたにそれができるかいいえできるだろう 必ずできるさ恋殺し
Are you capable of doing that? Yes, I'm sure you can. I know you can. Now, come kill me.
やりにくいか
Am I making you uncomfortable?
ならばいつもの調子でいこ
Then, let's go with something more familiar.
う殺されるかよせめて勝てなくてもお前 互いに勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ。
Alright, Quinn. Like hell I'll be killed. Even if I can't win, I can still frustrate the hell out of you by not giving you the victory, right?
ほう、いい面構えだ。
Oh, that's a good look on your face.
殺してみろ、殺してみろよ、後ろ宮バトル。うおー。
Okay, you're hamming it up a little bit too much there, Beato. Try and kill me. Just try and kill me, Ushiromiya Battler.
Oh, please kill me. I don't something. I couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, I need that to be like transliterated somewhere for me or transcribed.
Yeah, if, Quinn, if you have, the source for that.
Yeah, or Bedwards, whoever, like literally anyone in chat, if you've got that without spoilers, please, I want to see
Yeah,
what
just
that said.
literally the screen grabs from that. Oh, actually thinking about it, shouldn't it be on your LP, Quinn, or no?
A trophy is available in the trophies room. It's in there as a GIF?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let me grab that then, because we're going to take a quick bio break anyway, since this will be starting in on the Tea Party anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a cup of tea real quick.
Yeah,
We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, we'll be back shortly. Thank you for joining us, Quinn.
I'm gonna make tea for the tea party.
Yes, and I will upload this and send it to you later.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna play a song while we're doing this. It's gonna be Blackbriar. Hold on. Fucking lol. Apparently my double-clicking ass mouse did not mute me.
Oh, whoops.
Fucking oh well.
But hi, everybody. We're back, and I did get the text of what everything actually says in that final moment there.
Oh, excellent. Please send that to me. I want to read that.
Alright, 1 second. It'll take a moment, because I'll be moving it all over. Because what I did is I took the GIF on Quinn's LP and broke it into separate pieces.
Right on.
But to read it out to y'all, please kill me quickly. Try to stop me. If only you had never come, and there's a B, but it's back. It's just not visible. I wish I had never been born. Why am I unable to love anyone? Please. I don't... What conclusion? Just kill me. And my story to an end. If you won't do that, you die instead. What?
Yep, okay, that's about what I expected, but it's good anyway.
Yep, so I'm just sending that over to you before we continue on to the tea part. And there you
Received.
go. Alright, let's check out the trophy here just to see if it says anything neat. Ah, no, they don't have any little neat thing on them. So, Tea Party it is! Episode 4's Tea Party.
I really like it when games get meta with their fucking achievements and actually put like some flavor text in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Sure.
Don't have a clue what to make of all this. Please someone explain what happened yesterday in a way that I can understand. I continued helping myself to the food in the mansion's kitchen. That massive commercial refrigerator had everything. I could eat and drink as much as I liked. Had more than enough to eat even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week. The bottle in one hand, half of which I'd already drunk, I helped myself to some sliced ham. Yeah, so this is the battler probably stuck in a fucking time loop himself.
Yeah.
On the game board. Because time has literally stopped for him. I helped myself to some sliced ham. I wonder just how expensive this stuff is. Man, you ingredients are out of luck. Only you'd had Go to cook you. You could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day would end. The insanity of yesterday's October 4th didn't seem real. That was how little had happened after my so-called test. Nothing was happening. No phone calls, no letters. No one coming to see me, no one coming to attack me.
He's the only survivor, right?
Yeah, he is the only survivor. And, well, Maria might still be alive. We haven't seen
Yeah, we never
her
saw
dead.
what happened there. But, like,
And,
Kingzo did say she passed, so.
yeah, she passed with flying colors, which doesn't surprise me, because if he actually tested her on magical shit, he'd see that she was near close to rivaling him, if not surpassing him.
Mm.
Not a goddamn thing. Give me back all the time and energy I wasted being on edge. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is it's quiet, it's too fucking quiet. An entire day, a full 24 hours. And absolutely nothing happened. And I'm sure that nothing will continue to happen as well. A full 24 hours ago, I was called to the front of the mansion by Beatrice. There, I was given some kind of weird test to do with determining the successor to the head of... or something. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but unfortunately we just didn't seem to be getting each other. My guess is it's something he did to the person who essentially created Beatrice, the witch.
Fucking, I'm lost on it. I have no idea what's going on with it.
Because somebody had to exist to have created Beatrice.
Yeah, like some base human being
Yeah.
that like later became or somehow created Beatrice.
Yeah, and probably some inclination that kind of perpetuates her, like her resurgence happens because somebody created her again. If that makes sense. Beatrice got bent out of shape for no reason and stopped talking to me. I yelled at her to say something, but she wouldn't say a word. Then I asked where Maria was, and she told me to go to the chapel and went away. What an astounding anticlimax. Stupid as it was still a test, so at least tell me whether I passed or failed for hell's sake. I think her response is, you failed.
Yeah, with that response, it's like, fuck this, I'm done. You're done. Get out of here. Fuck off.
What is she trying to say? Good work, your results will be mailed to you later or something.
That would be very funny if it was that.
Yeah, if she really said that, that would be excellent. Annoying bitch. In any case, I then headed to the chapel. Both George and Jessica had been killed after failing their tests. I couldn't let Maria be killed too. Besides, I thought this could be a chance to catch whoever it was while they were in the process of trying to kill Maria. When I was young, Jessica often told me I'd get in trouble if I went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. Yeah, you kind of have to know the general location of somewhere to not go there. Couldn't sense anyone there. there was a bundle of keys lying in front of the door. I thought this might be a message to open the door to the chapel, but after trying all the keys, I found none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. Yeah. A lot of people who don't live in the country or have never been to the country do not know what true darkness is like.
There is that, but at the same time, when you're away from light pollution, the sky is much brighter.
True. Granted, not a solution here, considering.
Oh yeah, of course not. It's not a solution here. Like it's fucking pissing rain, the clouds covering everything.
Yep.
There is zero light going on this island. It's just like when I lived in the fucking woods, like it was not as dark as people like assume it is. It does not actually get pitch black unless like it's storming.
Yeah, unless it's storming or unless like
I know my night vision is really good and my eyes are very light sensitive, but like it does not get actually pitch black.
that is true enough. Like, there's a reason we looked up at the sky and marveled.
It's shiny.
Yep. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could possibly open the door to the mansion. Finding no sign of Maria, I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. Yeah, there's a crispy Kinzo somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, it's up in the room, right inside that balcony. So.
Yep. Still, it's pretty amazing how good humans are at adapting. Technically, that smell was still
it's his study,
pervading the
right?
entire
It was his
mansion.
study that was like that.
Yeah, it was his study. But I'd grown completely used to it and stopped minding it by this point. It didn't feel like anything more than any old house where someone had burnt some meat.
Well, they did do that.
The stench knocked me back on first entering, but I ignored it and decided to head to the dining hall.
You will forever be traumatized by that smell, buddy.
Yep.
I doubt you're actually going to be able to eat roast pork later.
Yeah.
Like right now, it seems fine because like you're still in shock and just like wandering around. But a couple of weeks, as soon as someone roasts some pork in front of you, you're going to be like, I can't do that.
Yeah. Granted, he did have some sliced ham.
Yeah, it was also already cooked too. You didn't smell the actual cooking process.
That's fair. Where I found all those corpses that were in such a sorry state that Goda and Kumasawa had hesitated to speak of them in any detail. They were the remains of the very first victims, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest. Each of them had half of their head dramatically splattered out. And it was such a gruesome sight that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could pronounce them 100% dead. Yeah, and nobody's coming back from that.
I mean, it's possible to survive that shit, but only if you get like immediate medical attention.
Yeah, immediate.
And you got really lucky to where you got shot or
Yeah.
exploded.
Yeah, but like half
Like the story of Phineas Gage, I think his name is one of them. Then there was I remember seeing like 10 or 15 years ago a documentary about a dude who was working in his garage and he fell off the ladder and he impaled his entire skull on through his eye socket on the drill that he was using. It's like a 12-inch drill. It's like straight through his brain. He survived, but like I cannot imagine that was comfortable, like trying to get to the hospital with a fucking drill pressing in on your skull. It's like having to balance the skull through your eyes, or the drill through your eye socket.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
I don't know if he's like okay now, or if he had a Phineas Gage style like breakdown. No, apparently this is pretty well known. It happened in 2003. What the fuck? Okay, he did not lose any of his cognitive ability as the drill bit pushed his brain out of the way, quoting the doctors. The doctor struggled to find a solution to remove the foreign object from his skull and contemplated simply cutting it off. They decided to simply unscrew it, and Ron Hunt was entirely conscious during the operation.
Ah!
Which, okay, so for people who don't know, your brain does not actually have any pain receptors because it's not supposed to get hurt in the first place. So,
Yeah.
no, what you get when you have a headache is like the pain receptors in your skull itself, not your brain. Even if it feels like it goes much deeper than that, it's not actually your brain. Your brain does not have any pain receptors. So, like, he probably barely even felt that happening. Like, he probably felt like a bit of pressure
Yeah.
and like maybe some stinging on his skin, but that's it.
Yeah, but fuck would that weird me out. It's why I don't like doing anything with just local anesthetic if I can help it. Because even if they do it perfectly,
yeah, I'm
and
sure they did give him. I'm sure they did give him local anesthetic for like his eye and skin and muscle and all that in the area. But
yeah, which I'm sure they did something like that. But even if they do it perfectly, and I don't feel a thing, knowing they're doing shit is bad enough.
oh yeah, of course. Hunt was standing on a ladder drilling into a surface overhead on August 15th when the ladder suddenly gave way. He dropped the drill and fell to the floor, landing face first onto the bit. Bruh.
Yeah. And Phineas
He saved himself
Gage-
from like cracking his skull on the floor because like he managed to stop himself, but he didn't stop himself quickly enough to avoid getting the drill through the brain.
Oof. So yeah,
Phineas Gage, there was like an explosion or something like that drove a rail spike through his brain.
Yep, and
Something like that. I don't remember.
yeah, and he had a very distinct personality shift. What all we know is a bit murky because there's a lot of rumors surrounding him, but he did start to. He lost, for one thing, for sure, is his sense with money. Like, he started spending money like it was going out of style.
Yeah, like impulse control. We lost that because I assume that part of the frontal lobe was destroyed.
Yeah, but the thing that the reason we know is because of Phineas Gage.
Yeah, so for Phineas Gage, it entered through under his left cheek into his cheekbone through the eye socket and out the top of his head.
Yeah. Anyway, that's tangential, but interesting things to know. And on top of that, the remaining half.
I find this shit fascinating.
Yeah, they're great. And on top of that, the remaining half of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. They'd really pulled out all the stops for these corpses.
Oh, it wasn't a rail spike; it was a tamping iron, which was supposed to pack the blasting powder.
Ah, got you.
Like what you use it for is you pack the sand or clay or whatever on top of the blasting hole, so like it's directed into the ground rather than like out. And
yeah.
I guess like whatever happened, like it set off early and blew the tamping rod into his head.
Yep. Maybe a chain reaction or something.
Yeah, something like that.
And finally, the bodies here weren't just the 6 of the first Twilight. They had grown in number, and now included one more.
All right, I hate to like distract again, but I just found like a first-hand account of the doctor who treated him. After about 30 minutes after the accident, physician Edward H. Williams found Gage sitting in a chair outside the hotel that he went to, and was greeted with, and I quote, "one of the great understatements of medical history." And now here's the quote from the account. "When I drove up, he said, 'Doctor, here is business enough for you. I first noticed the wound upon his head before I alighted from my carriage, the pulsations of the brain being very distinct.'"
Oh.
But, like, dude was just sitting on the porch of a fucking hotel waiting for a doctor.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what are you gonna fucking do?
Yeah, it was like half an hour afterward, he was just like, "Hey, Doc, I got some business for you." He was like, "Yeah, you think?" Fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. But like you said, there's not pain receptors there, so...
Okay. Mr. Gage, during the time I was examining this wound, was relating the manner in which he was injured to the bystanders. I did not believe Mr. Gage's statement at the time, but thought he was deceived. Mr. Gage persisted in saying that the bar went through his head. Mr. Gage got up and vomited, the effort of vomiting pressed out about half a teacup full of his brain, damn, which fell upon the floor. What the fuck? So he was swallowing blood through the hole in his mouth, which he regurgitated every 15 or 20 minutes, which is why he was vomiting. He wasn't actually like vomiting because he was nauseous, but rather the blood was coming back up.
Yeah.
It's just fucking fascinating. I've never actually looked too deep into it. Holy shit. Anyway, yes, let's go. Before I get like further distracted by this old like injury bullshit.
Well, that answers that. The 7th corpse was Maria.
Oh, well, shit.
She was lying next to Aunt Rosa as though sleeping alongside her. I cried at the death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the others had died. I ran about the mansion swinging my hat-stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, you bastard." But there was absolutely no sign of anyone else. Thinking that they might be hiding somewhere and scheming to attack me from behind, I went around searching for possible hiding places. Sometimes being cautious, sometimes intentionally letting my guard down, trying all kinds of things. But in the end, not so much as a kitten appeared.
Wouldn't it be fucked up if the cat did appear?
It would.
Because, like, as far as we know, there aren't any cats on the island.
Yeah. Just the fact that they compare fucking seagulls to cats.
Yeah, like I don't know how a seagull's cry sounds like a cat's meow, but sure.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever.
Then again, maybe they consider it more like someone literally saying "nya."
Maybe. Yeah, that could be it. I don't fucking know, dude.
You know, one of those shifts from, okay, we say "nya" to do the cat thing, but then we find a bird that also says "nya." Okay. We'll call it a sea cat then.
Yeah, I'm not fucking privy to the etymology of that particular onomatopoeia, so I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Because I would assume the cat thing came first, because cats are more prevalent.
Maybe. I don't know. Shit. I mean, it is also named Sea Cat, so I'm sure the cat did come first.
Then morning came. My tension and fatigue mixed together with my drowsiness made for the worst of dawn. Yeah, things did go pretty fucking quickly. Compared to everybody else. Like to the other loops.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was usually more people alive at this point. On October 5th. Humans are pretty incredible. Even though I didn't know where the hell the murderer was hiding, I was prioritizing drowsiness and fatigue over worrying for my own life. By this time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. I had walked around the mansion for a full 6 hours until dawn broke, yelling at them to show themselves. I had done a painstaking search, tired myself out, and even let my guard down. Still, no one was coming to attack me. And so at that point, I had said screw it to whatever you want. The boat wouldn't come until the typhoon passed. They were saying on TV that it wouldn't pass until tomorrow, so I had a whole day to waste. The idea of just lazing about didn't seem very appealing, so even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First, the dining hall where the very first murders occurred. The 6 who were killed in the beginning really were pitiful to look at. The weapon was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. That seemed like valid reasoning. In comparison, Maria, who was the 7th body...
Right?
Hmm?
You had the mare's leg, right?
Yep.
I think that was a magnum round. I think.
Yeah. In comparison, Maria, who was the 7th body, had died in a far better and cleaner way. At a glance, there were no external wounds, and it wasn't clear how she had been killed. There were signs that bubbles had been foaming from her mouth. Oof. And
So she was poisoned.
Yeah, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see
Probably
on a TV
cyanide
drama.
if it looks like that. So for the people who don't know what cyanide does, it's a poison, but it's different from other poisons in that like your body can't really filter it out very well, because what it does is it prevents your body from absorbing oxygen, and it kills you by hypoxia.
Yeah. And I wouldn't put it past Kinzo to have some cyanide.
Yeah, I mean it's relatively easy to get if you know how. Actually, there's a few different like common fruits and nuts that just have cyanide in them.
Oh yeah, like for
And
sure.
if you know how to extract it, which you absolutely can, you can just like make a good bit of it.
Yeah, but honestly, I wouldn't put it past Kinzo to just have raw ass cyanide that someone else extracted for him. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given her tests there? Why is she...
like this is the reason why you're not supposed to eat the pit of like an apricot or an apple or whatever. Like the core of it. It's because fucking cyanide.
Yeah. No, you'd have to eat a lot of apples for it to do that.
a lot. You're not in any danger from like eating like a singular apple or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you got a particularly weak body, like it can like make you sick if you eat like 5 or 6 apples.
Yeah. And that's if you eat the cores.
Yes.
Why is she here in the corpse-filled dining hall lying next to her mother dead?
Yeah. Cherries also, and right here it actually says eating a few cherry pits accidentally won't kill you, but eating more than 20 to 30 at a time can lead to dangerous toxicity, which does not necessarily mean that it's going to kill you after 30 cherries. You're probably just going to feel bad.
Yeah. And that's if you accidentally eat every single pit.
Yes. Which 20 to 30 cherries is a lot of cherries.
Yeah,
I know it doesn't sound like a lot because like they're small, but that's a lot of cherries to eat one go.
Yeah, especially with how expensive they can be. Just depending on where you are and time of year.
Yeah, so they don't actually have like literal cyanide in them. They have a protein or enzyme or something, whatever the fuck, that turns into cyanide when it reacts with gut acid.
Mmm. Tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, assuming that the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Clothes aren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a poison capsule or something and made to swallow it. That said, compared to the violently mutilated corpses scattered about this room, Maria's corpse was far too clean. With a gun, all you need to do is pull the trigger. But poison, whether injected or made to be swallowed, would take a lot more effort. Bearing in mind the culprit's brutal nature, too, I felt that Maria's death alone had clearly been given special treatment. Yeah, she's the only one who went out that way. Why was Maria alone given a sleep-like death? She was killed, so in that sense I still felt very sorry for her. There can be no doubt about that. But for some reason, the manner of Maria's murder in particular seemed very courteous to me. So, done by somebody who had a lot of feelings about either killing a kid or killing Maria in specific.
Mm-hmm.
Maria had her hands joined on her chest in the way that the dead often do. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? Maria was resting in peace as though sleeping together with her mother, whose head was half crushed. For some reason, the contrast really bugged me. Yeah, like, if there's a real culprit out there, that would give you some hints of some sort. There are probably a lot of mysteries surrounding Maria's death, starting with the cause. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Kraus and Goda had mentioned. After the 6 had been killed, 5 more had fallen through pitfalls and been captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right?
It's a pit you fall in.
The floor was
as the name.
Yeah, the floor was firmly laid with a majestic, if a bit worn-out carpet. It's clearly a single piece. If pitfalls are meant to open up in it, there would have to be a seam in that one place. And anyway, if there was some kind of trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it?
None of it's fucking well made.
No matter how much I walked over or ran my hands over the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden there. In the first place, it would be one thing if a single person had fallen, but it was full 5 people. Yeah, that's a thing unto itself.
Yeah, how did they get those people there? That's the real question.
From what I could piece
How'd
together
that shit
from
happen?
all these stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, they had to be 5 separate places concealing pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor, so that with a single button press, you could open a pitfall in the location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But even so, if Dad and the rest heard about this, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past Grandfather. You bet he'd do this, he'd make this. In any event, I didn't learn
Yeah,
any-
that's fair.
Yeah. That's fair. In any event, I didn't learn anything more than that from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist, or do they exist, but I can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore the pitfalls even if I can't find them.
So about like traps being built into buildings like this, if they are particularly well made, like they're the mastercraft kind of shit, you are probably not going to be able to find them. Like even if you were an expert, because like that's something that like games don't really get right is traps. If you make them really well with like proper tools and proper skills, so on and so forth, and they're built into the mansion or the building or whatever from the beginning, you will not be able to find them.
Yeah.
Unless you literally start tearing the building apart.
Yeah, like, you can make things look like they don't have a seam if you do it right.
Yeah, like, for example, this little, like, side panel right here, you could very easily have a mechanism inside the beam right here and on the floor there to make it slide into that corner and open up. And you would never be able to tell because people can just paint over the edge where there would be a gap and you wouldn't be able to tell that there was a gap anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why, if you actually look at real hidden passageways, not ones made for TV, a lot of them can be completely hidden without doing the whole bookcase thing, even.
Yeah. And like the scraping on the floor of the bookcase, that if you make it well, it's not going to do that either.
Yeah. Because you make it so it slides. You basically built furniture sliders into it. Or make it raised just enough that it's
Yeah,
not
like
gonna...
have the mechanism raise up a little bit and then move it, to keep it from sliding
Yeah.
or some shit.
The next ones to be killed had been Jessica and George. I'd already discovered George's when I called out for my test. It was called out to the arbor in the rose garden and shot in the forehead, probably with a gun. As for Jessica, she was called to her own room on the second floor of the mansion. I found the door to her room locked, but that wasn't a problem since I had the master keys. And inside the room was horrible. The corpse was nothing I hadn't already familiarized myself with in the dining hall, so I'd built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was dangling off the hook. Was she killed while on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against a wall right next to it, with half of her head splattered out. As far as I could tell by the look at the scene, it looked as though she had been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been there before her eyes? Hadn't gotten that impression from Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said they got me. Probably best to assume that she had already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, and she also said this. By the time you get here, I'll be a corpse with half my head spilled out. She definitely said that.
Yeah, the mundane explanation is probably that she was like poisoned or something.
Yeah.
That like so she was weak during that. It's like, oh yeah, I'm dying, so I'll just call up this person and wait for my death.
Yeah, because, this is saying, from what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. So, yeah, the reasonable-ish assumption is that during these tests, they were also given something to consume.
Yeah, like tea or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
They had poison in it. Or even just, I'll give you the antidote if you answer properly, blah, blah, blah thing.
Yep. Then she was injured seriously enough that she steeled herself for death, and then died halfway through the phone call. But it feels like, with the way she was talking on the phone, she was out of danger for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over the phone if the killer is right in front of you. I wouldn't call that a casual conversation, but I also know what you mean.
Yeah, you'd be a little bit more panicked.
So, did the culprit come partway through the phone call and kill her? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. No, like the hell that counts for anything. The culprit had stolen a master key from one of the victims. The fact that it was locked is meaningless. But there was no external wounds other than her head. In which case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual wound that destroyed her head were two different events? Both of them made to the same part of the body? That's also a valid consideration. Like, she received, like, you know, more of a blunt force trauma to the head, but she could still kind of wobble her way out.
Mm-hmm. That's a possibility, yeah.
And then that was just the half of her head that was taken and when the gunshot happened. In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound, then called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and destroyed her head for real or something. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and seriously injured. And the culprit thought they killed her and went away for the time being. But then Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called with a literal dying message. Yeah, I could see that.
That is actually what happened as well. She actually was killed, and then, you know, she started breathing again, miraculously, and then called with a dying message, and then died again.
Then the culprit realized that they had failed in killing her, and rushed back to deliver the final blow to Jessica, who had lost consciousness from massive blood loss. That seems to make sense, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the form of that final blow. But there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica said this. George didn't make it either. Instant death, that was. She said it almost as though she had witnessed George being killed. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, the arbor that George had been called out to was very far away. You could only just make out the roof. Add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And most important of all, Jessica left before George. So she shouldn't have been known what George's test had taken place by the arbor. How did Jessica know that George had been killed? Then in the course of my search of the entire mansion, I found Kiri's corpse as well. She was in an old guest room tucked away on the first floor. This was where all of us relatives used to stay before the guest house was built. The situation with Kiri was just like Jessica's. She was probably killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kiri was collapsed beside it. But the very way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed, instead something like a stake with an occult-like design was buried into her forehead. It's too gruesome for me, so I pulled it out. I don't know that would be my reaction if it was too gruesome. But I think I know what he means. It was too gruesome to leave her death like that.
Mm.
It's only after pulling it out that I realized this might get me into trouble with the police later. You think, but also you're in shock.
Yeah. Also, you're, about as sharp as a fucking hammer, as I said earlier.
Yep. So even though it was probably a little late now, I laid it by Kiri's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably understood what this stake meant. Yeah, I know this. It's the method of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. That gouge with a stake and kill thing, probably. However, the human skull is very hard. Even with all of one's strength, could you really pierce through it this sharply? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially if you have a hammer.
Absolutely.
But I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, you just gotta get the angle right. Dunk.
No. The way I reasoned it, the stake wasn't the cause of death. It was just used to damage the corpse after death. That's also a possibility.
Which I think is actually what happened as well back then.
Yeah.
She was shot with a golden arrow first.
Yeah. She was probably killed by being shot with a gun or something like George, and the stake was struck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking about it that way, everything works out. But was Kiri really killed with a gun? She had said on the phone as well, Kiri was under attack even though she was holed up inside a locked room. This room actually was locked, and she had said something about a golden thread-like thing flying in through the keyhole and attacking her. Yeah, I don't know how you kind of explain that.
I don't know.
Unless you go hallucinations, but why is everybody having the same hallucination?
Yeah, although I don't think he knows that everyone had the same hallucination on that.
Yeah. And in fact, there were 4 places around Kiri's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But still, a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole? Looked at the door from Kiri's perspective. It had been one of the old locks like you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then you could understand that something might potentially have come through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar, average, cylinder style that you could find in any normal house.
That's actually fucking fantastic information. I can't believe it took 4 goddamn episodes to get that.
In other words, there was no hole going all the way through by construction. So no matter how thin an object might have been, it's impossible to imagine that it could have penetrated through the keyhole from the outside and attacked her. Cylinder lock keyhole? Kiri had definitely said something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, and spun around and around, aiming for her, attacking her. Gold thread, attacking through the keyhole. Couldn't understand what it meant at all. Wait, actually, Kiri predicted that I probably wouldn't be able to understand all this. Not just Kiri, Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the very first time we called with Goda and Kumasawa and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone had been saying the same consistent thing. Grandfather is summoning witches and demons and killing people with magic. We witnessed it happening with our very own eyes. No tricks, no illusions. No choice but to believe it. They all said it with one voice. When that mysterious woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, once my feeling of tension had faded completely, I had a level enough head to think that this was way too stupid to possibly be true.
You better start believing in ghost stories, boy. You're in one.
Yep. Oh, also, I realized that my PNG tuber had been down for a bit. Whoops.
Probably when you
Came
set
back.
the RV screen.
Yeah. So let me fix that.
Shenanigans.
Many shenanigans.
High feelings. Yes, fat boy, come here. Hi.
In that extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger, did they just lose their heads a little and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people testified to the same effect. And on top of that, none of their opinions contradicted one another. If it had been a single-person statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult.
Aye, fat boy. Aye, yes.
Then, right next to the
Giant
back
bastard.
door, I found Uncle Kraus with his head half destroyed, even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuwadorian, and somehow made it out of the secret underground passage, and all the way here he was killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-destroyed head was a stake with an occult design, just like the one that was driven into Kiri's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that the stake was the murder weapon. He was killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death was stuck with a stake like Kiri. I wonder if the golden threads that Kiri spoke of attacked Uncle Kraus too. Does there exist some kind of tool like an endoscope, which is very thin but can be moved about at will? That would be
Here,
terrifying.
Phoenix. Let me check your neck, buddy. Here.
And that can also attack people? No way, I've never even heard of anything like that.
Would you fat fuck, would you hold still?
But even so,
He
the
thinks I'm
voice-
petting him, but I'm trying to check his neck.
that suspicion to one of my relatives, perhaps they would say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make one.
Yeah, he's got a small scab on the underside of his neck.
Aw.
I don't know what from, but like I get like worried about that because at one point he was fucking with his collar so much that it caused like a huge like raw spot on his throat where it was just like bald for like fucking like 3 or 4 weeks while he healed.
Yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, so like whenever I feel something weird on his neck when I'm petting him, I'm like, oh fuck, all right, let's figure out what the fuck's going on here. No, he's just got like a little dot of a scab on his neck. But he won't fucking stay still long enough for me to see what it is.
Since I can't refute the existence of a golden
Get out of
thread
shit,
X that can be moved at will and attack people, my only options are either to accept this completely incomprehensible weapon or else to accept that these murders were committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit.
Yeah, if this was like modern day, I could come up with a way for that to be a weird weapon someone made. But especially like a really rich person like fucking Kinzo. But like in the 1980s, I don't think so, dude.
Yeah.
I know like everyone thinks that our weapons technology has not improved that much over the last 40 years. Believe me, it fucking has.
Oh, absolutely. Breaching weapons, all sorts of things.
There are like thousands of new technologies for weapons, each of them like weirder and stranger than the last that you just simply don't know about because it's not taught in history yet.
Yep. Hell, one of the ones we do know about is a fucking ice dart that has like sea urchin or like jellyfish venom or something in it. And the goal was to simulate a heart attack and make it look like a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
How effective it was, I don't know, but that's one
Yeah.
of the ones we know about, so it probably didn't work that well.
Like the only reason I know like any of the weird weapons that we have now is because like A, I grew up military, and then B, like because I grew up military, I got interested in weapons technology, so I started looking into it. It's like we have weapons that can straight up shoot lightning. They're not like effective on the battlefield, but you can absolutely, if you can get your hands on one of those or build one, you can absolutely simulate someone just like getting fucking struck by lightning and like half their body exploding because of it.
Yeah, it's just not particularly effective. It's the thing. Every bizarre but potentially possible idea we've had, somebody's probably tested it.
Yep. Like I'm not just I know that I talk a lot of bullshit and I joke a lot on these streams, but most of the things that I say can be taken seriously. Someone has probably tested it and tried to make it work. And probably figured out how to make it work, just not well enough to actually use it on a battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, unfortunately, reality can be kind of boring in that sense.
Yeah.
The most efficient way, still, is a gun. How we construct the gun and all that can change, but so far...
Well, most efficient for the goal that we're trying to do, right? Because our goal is not this is something that people really need to understand. The modern goal of weapons and armies and all that stuff is not to kill your enemy. It's to disable them. And that don't take that as like a pacifism thing. It's done this way specifically because then you take up more resources from the enemy.
Yeah, exactly. Corpses
If you
don't...
shoot someone, all they got to do is drag the body back and bury it. Or if they're in a hurry, they'll just leave it there because they can't go get it, right? But if you shoot someone in the fucking thigh and shatter their femur so they can't walk on their own anymore and they're in too much pain to crawl, someone has to come and carry them. Then they have to allocate medical resources to that person. They have to somehow get them out of the battlefield and back into somewhere safe. So they're like slots taken up in the hospital.
Yeah.
You know, fucking more and more resources taken, and guards to guard the hospital, more nurses, etc. You take up more resources by injuring your enemy than you do by killing them.
Yeah, also, a combat, an actual battle, or a conflict in general, will end quicker if you injure rather than fight to the last man.
Yep.
Because if you fight to the last man is going to fight very hard.
Yeah, because like, if they know that they're not going to survive, even if they surrender, they're not going to surrender.
Yep. So, the machismo bullshit is actually very ineffective military policy, and that's why the military doesn't do that.
It's also a big thing for like prior battles in history as well. People think that like two armies would square off and then slaughter each other nearly to the last man, and anyone that survived from the losing side was like a deserter. Nah, dude, you only gotta kill or injure like 10% of an enemy army before they'll rout. Because that's about it. It's like 10 to 15% depending on how well they're trained. Because like once you start seeing the tide turn, there's no reason for you to stick around anymore, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
If you see like the three of your buddies in a 10-man squad get killed, you're gonna be like, oh well, fucking there's 30% of our fighting force gone. Let's get the fuck out and come back later.
Yeah.
Even if they're not actually trying to desert and running out of fear, they're gonna be choosing like, oh shit, we are in a disadvantageous position right now. We got to get the fuck out and come back when we are in a better position.
One of the reasons that certain modern militaries are having problems is they're not giving their soldiers the kind of latitude for that. So they're basically giving orders that are going to be ignored.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other problems with those modern conflicts, but that's one of them.
Yeah, because like wars are won on logistics, not battles. Well, the logistics will help you win the battle, right? You'll have more people, more equipment, more food, more medical supplies, etc. So, like, the reason why we still use the same bullet sets from like fucking 50, 60 years ago is because they're efficient for what the goal is. We can make bullets that will absolutely just fucking kill anyone that it hits. Like, blow off an entire fucking limb and have you bleed out on the field, and then you're dead. Or, just blow apart half your chest. We can do that. But we don't, because that's not what the goal is.
Yeah, because overall, that's going to just cause more problems. And cause the war to go on longer.
Basically, what I'm saying is the way we fight wars now is far more cruel than how we fought them 200 years ago.
To an extent, yes.
Because you're causing like more and more suffering. Yes, everyone survives, or most people survive anyway. But a lot of those people are deeply traumatized and potentially physically crippled for the rest of their lives.
Yes. It's almost like wars are bad or something.
Mm-hmm. Almost. Before anyone comes at me with like, oh, but you could lose your arm in a like medieval sword fight, it's like, yeah, you could. But usually you just fucking die.
Yeah, because
like you fall over from blood loss and everything, and then they come around after the battle and stab you in the fucking neck.
Yep. Or even if you didn't, you'd just die from fucking sepsis because they didn't have the medical technology.
Or sepsis or whatever. Or you could even die during surgery from like fucking shock. Like literally die of pain because they didn't have any anesthetic. So what they used to do is they get you fucking blackout drunk and operate on you like that. But as everyone knows, alcohol is a blood thinner. So you bleed out a lot during those kinds of operations. Yep. Or you just die of alcohol poisoning.
Yep. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to It were the corpses of Dr. Nanjo and Shannon. Both corpses had their heads smashed, and there was a stake lying next to each of their destroyed heads, though they weren't stuck in. All of the corpses were atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon's lovely face, half of which was blown off, was very painful. Then there was the well, inside which I was told was told a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Kuadorian. By this time, I was beginning to think Beatrice had her accomplices. Might have used this underground passage to leave for Kuadorian. There were supposedly 10 or more of these guys, and I hadn't seen hide nor hair of any of them. It made a hell of a lot of sense to think they'd already escaped somewhere else. They had this typhoon to contend with. They couldn't go out to sea. Same for the forest. There was no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, there was only one place for them to go. The mysterious hidden mansion Kuadorian. Secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By the time I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy, growing with me like this time I'll march into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it. The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters square. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I'd known better, I would have thought it'd be nothing more than a simple cover to protect against falling in. From what Curie had told me, I knew that it had been made to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage at the bottom. But the cover was fixed in place extremely firmly, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to removing it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. Maybe it was sealed by some mechanism. No matter how much I investigated, I couldn't find anything to release it. At this point, just take a fucking, ball-peen hammer to the actual well.
Yeah.
The underground passage in this well is the biggest piece of information I have that Curie gambled her last moments trying to tell me about. Don't think you can stop me with something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool.
Narrator, he did not open the cover.
I had an idea of where to get one, because I had seen various tools in the gardening shed where we locked Goda and Kumasawa in there. And that lock you could probably break, yeah.
Yeah.
But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda, who was inside dead. In other words, this gardening storehouse was a locked room. There was no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I would have to break the shutter. I wonder if there's a tool for that somewhere. Kind of felt like I was going in circles.
It's a fucking Legend of Zelda quest.
It kind of is. Or that kind of thing where you go, oh, that door's kind of squeaky. I need to go get WD-40.
Yeah, like the King of the Hill sequence.
Yes.
Where he whips out the tiny fucking WD-40 to unseal the cap on the bigger WD-40.
Yep.
That's fucking fantastic.
Then while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had been permeating the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. Okay, so they did move them to the boiler room.
Oh my god, it's always in the boiler room, buddy.
Yep.
You old fuck.
The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, had a terrible stench, and on top of all that, was incredibly creepy. And there were several large tools there, and I was able to find a fire hatchet and a massive bolt cutter. And Grandfather's corpse, too. Though strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found the burnt corpse of a person who was probably Grandfather. 'Cause yeah, they probably didn't mention to Battler, hey, your grandfather's got an extra toe. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to... Oh, no, never mind. I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. Yeah, actually, I might have heard that Dad, at some point long ago, something about Grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. It's apparently an old Ushiromiya tradition for people with extra fingers or toes to be treated as a good omen, saying
okay,
that
I know
had
where
good
his
fortune
fucking
or
magic comes
something.
from now. because his magic is all about luck and gambling.
Yeah, that could make sense.
So it probably came from that. That concept evolved into his gambling magic.
Yeah, I could see that. And that's why Grandfather was selected to be the next head or something along those lines. But I wonder if I can be certain that this is Grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, Grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. Don't have a clue why he'd be dead and stuffed in a boiler in a place like this. Yeah, that's fair.
Euthany, bitch.
Yeah. A mysterious corpse burning and belching out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was Grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't Grandfather, but that Beatrice, after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, but was then thrown away at the end? Fortunately, It didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear Grandfather's explanation. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about immediately taking on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter of the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. Thought I should check on the condition of Goda and Kumasawa's corpses. I mean, what can you do when they're in one of the better conditions, considering they're covered? Stop flashbanging me, damn it.
Yeah, I was about to say. You broke into a metal shutter with a hatchet?
I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it.
Alright, sure.
Stuck the bolt cutter into the crack and centered around opening a hole. Then I came face to face with Goda and Kumasawa's corpses once more. As a result, I learned some new facts. First, they did not die by being hanged. Their feet were solidly on the floor. Oh, okay.
No wonder Kumasawa's posture is so weird.
Yeah, they're both standing, essentially.
Like, because Goda's posture for being hanged is right, but Kumasawa's is not. I didn't mention this last stream, but...
Yeah,
Look,
which,
I have to draw some fucked up shit for some of the comics I make.
kind of late, but, here's your content warnings.
Yeah.
I should probably start having that happen at the start of an episode.
Yeah. I've just been forgetting the last couple times because we were away for so long.
Yeah. And both of their foreheads showed signs that they had been shot with a gun. When I thought about what a normal noose was like, the rope seemed considerably on the long side. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. Yeah. I guess they were trying to stage it to make you think that from the perspective of that little the little thing you could see them through and pass the key through. In other words, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda, who was tall, and Kumasawa, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights, as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack between their knees. Which meant that if they stood upright with those nooses around their necks, there would be some extra length. In other words, these ropes were a bit unsuitable to hang someone with. The direct cause of death was probably the shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those deep holes, staining their faces a deep red. Then, they were hung up by their necks and left on display. That probably makes the most sense. If they were shot with a gun, then they would probably have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead by peeking through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they had been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the death of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't get inside, they had to hang them like this so we could tell from the outside. Was this to get back at us for thinking that two of them would surely be safe if we left a key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in his trouser pocket. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the tag was still attached. In other words, the gardening storehouse was a locked room after all. And that gave rise to another question. because this hanging was inexplicable. If they didn't commit suicide, then the nooses were set up by the culprit. Might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but I really can't imagine someone could have tied 2 ropes to the beam from the outside. And on top of that, they would have had to lift up the heavy corpses. There's just no way. In other words, you had to do all of this. They would have to go inside. Yeah, I would just assume that there's another key that somebody didn't know about.
Yeah.
Key was in Goda's pocket and the shutter was still locked. In other words,
Or they picked the lock or something.
Yeah, the gardening storehouse was a locked room.
Even in the 80s, I'm pretty sure they had a battery operated electric lockpicks. So.
Yeah, that's fair. But if we take Beatrice at her word that no one is capable of picking a lock in this situation, which we'll take to mean that just no one has the skill set or tool available.
Yeah, it could be.
Because she did say it in red.
Yeah.
Goda had said there were...
However, I think she said that about the mansion and the chapel.
Yeah, she didn't say that the shutter couldn't be picked. So maybe it is a simple enough lock that somebody with the skill set on this island could do it.
Yeah.
Goda had said that there was only one key for the shutter, but it is possible there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it. We're allowed to theorize that there were actually multiple gardening storehouse keys and that Goda just didn't know about them. Then this isn't even close to a locked room. But why is it, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, these 2 corpses alone were intentionally hoisted up? Well, it's to...
You already answered that question, buddy.
Maintain the locked room and demonstrate that they're dead at the same time. Couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. Assuming that the mystery corpse in the boiler room was grandfather, the deaths of 16 people had now been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. There's me and 16 corpses. Cannon's corpse was the only one I hadn't been able to confirm
because he hasn't gone down the fucking
well yet, yeah.
well yet. So he should just be like laying down on the bottom of the ladder.
Yep. According to Kiri, he was killed while climbing out of the well and fell down into it. So, with the well closed up like this, it was impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its innermost depths with its inadequate light. And it has to be fucking long. Looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchet and things I dragged out of the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well.
God damn it.
But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and the breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It was impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... Yeah, there's no way I can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. Can't even begin to understand that story about how Cannon cut through the metal bars. He told me that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and he used it to slice through the metal bars like a knife through butter. I'd have to assume like a blowtorch?
Yeah,
If we're,
something like that.
if we're coming up with a mundane excuse. Cutting through metal bars like butter? What's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he snuck in a burner or something? And used that to burn through the bars? Still, what kind of laser could cut through the metal bars like butter? That's fair, though. It should take longer. Sounds exactly like the kinds of laser beams that showed up in those robot anime I loved as a kid. Does stuff like that actually exist? And how did Cannon get that laser beam?
Not in the 80s, but today, possibly.
As much as I
I
want to
don't think
ask
anyone's
him,
actually done that one
he's
yet.
already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now at the bottom of the well beyond this cover. Yeah, I would say just break the actual well. If you really can't break the metal. It'd take longer, but at least you could do it. cannon managed to slice through those metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. Kind of feels like the locked room just now with Goda locked inside the gardening storehouse holding the key. Only one person can
Oh, I
open
just
the door.
realized my comments about the laser thing could be interpreted. What I mean is, like, we can make lasers strong enough to cut through metal stuff, but it's not going to be something small enough that you can hide it on your person.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
I don't think anyone's like done that as a weapon yet, but that's specifically because of how much power it takes to do that. We don't have the energy density yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had the power of cannons, I could do something about this cover myself. Just who is Cannon? Couldn't really be an inhuman being capable of using a strange power, right? Even Kiri told me to believe in witches, and I've also met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Cannon possibly be a human on the witch side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing you could do. I know you feel bad about it, but you have to consider the possibility.
Yeah. Can't dismiss the possibility without entertaining it first.
ほう死体がないだけで犯人扱い
Oh, treating him like the culprit simply because there's no corpse.
疑わしきは白だとほざいたのは誰だった
And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being
よ
innocent?
かろうカノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわない
Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Canon and make that into a human culprit theory.
わらわが赤にて保証する
I will guarantee it with the red.
カノンは死亡している
Canon is dead.
キリエたち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した
Among the 5 in Kiri's group, he was the first to
つ
die.
まりは9人目の犠牲者というわけだ
In short, he was the 9th victim.
死体がない以上カノン君が死亡しているとは断言できない
It's interesting that they're not showing her character sprite.
Mm-hmm.
Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure that Cannon is dead.
わらわが赤でささやいたところ駒であるそなたには届かない
So my whispering in the red does not reach the peace needle.
だそなたに届く
But it did reach you, right?
Now, are you talking to Battler on the... or are you talking to us? At a glance, this appeared to be a mass murder.
Okay, no nos dos.
Yeah, could be both, yes. Could be a mass murder committed using something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attack through keyholes. No, we even had testimony that something gold had flown through the dining hall during the first 6 murders. 2 might have been the same weapon. There was the locked room murder of the gardening shed and the laser beam that cut metal bars. That wasn't all. There was much, much more, like the group of goat monsters, the talk of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there were more, and each and every one of them was ridiculous. Couldn't possibly accept it and was forced to suspect that there was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice saying the same thing, without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. Maria's mysterious death, Jessica somehow knowing that George had been killed, the mysterious burnt corpse which I couldn't confirm actually belonged to my piece of shit grandfather, and more and more. All stuff I just don't get. Tilted the bottle and glugged it down noisily. I didn't have a clue what was going on. But your turn to get smashed, bud.
No, he did this at the end of the second match too, didn't he?
Yeah. After dinner last night, we kids were shooed out of the mansion and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Carrie and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. I think it said, yeah, captured. And Jessica and George were called out to a test or whatever and killed. Kiri's group managed to escape the dungeon somehow, but all of them were killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I had done nothing except be locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident had occurred, and ended before I knew it. What could I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a pig. You plan on leaving only me alive? Hurry up and show yourself and come kill me already. Can't be bothered to look for you anymore. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't had any sleep since yesterday and I'm tired as all get out. You want to kill me? Be my guest. I decided to return to the guest house.
Honestly, mood. It's like not getting any sleep for like 2 days. It's just like, oh, fucking just end me, kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have the energy to be scared anymore, or worry about my own demise. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest on the bed. So I exited the kitchen and I passed through the lobby. That portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. At the very moment, it was exactly midnight. And the sound of the bell proclaimed that it was midnight rang out. So I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago I met you. What were you trying to say to me? Where did you go? And just who in the world are you, Golden Witch Beatrice? Haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight with me. Then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. So you finally show yourself. I've been kept bored for an entire day.
Yes, I gave you a whole day. Were you able to sufficiently exercise the rights of the human side?
Yeah, I was bored, so I had a good go at it.
Angie was a good piece.
Don't you speak Angie's name.
She appeared through a miracle and sacrificed herself to give you the tenacity for certain victory.
Don't you speak Angie's name.
That brutal death was something that you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you would not have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Angie's ill-fated future, the tenacity for victory would not have arisen within you.
We heard you the first time, she's just not listening. But anyway, I told you not to speak Angie's name.
In short, she was a necessary sacrifice.
Yeah.
Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born within you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Curse that Lady Burncastel. This was no peace. It would be more fitting to call it a trump card.
駒はどれほど活躍しようとも盤上を離れることはない。
No matter how helpful a piece is, it will never stray from the board.
しかし切り札はどんな力を発揮しようとも切れば確実に捨てられる。
But a trump card, no matter how powerful its effect, is always discarded after it is used.
There is a chess game variant that involves cards.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of chess variants, actually.
エンジェはそなたにとって実に良き切り札だったのだ。
Angie was truly a good trump card for you.
Yeah, she's just kind of twisting the knife at this point.
Mhm.
But yeah, basically, and it makes sense. The manufacturing is easier since it's an established game. And so you just put another game on top of it.
Yeah.
エンゼの名を口にするんじゃな。
At least say something else. But anyway, don't you speak Angie's name. At Battler's outburst of rage, Beato finally stopped
俺
talking.
はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。
You know, I have no more time to spend playing around in a place like
引き分
this.
けすらもエンジェを待たせてる。
Even our draws are keeping Angie waiting.
俺はな、お前を打ち破り、家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。
I'm going to break through you, take my family, and go back
て
home.
めえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は一秒たりともありはしない。
Don't have a single second to waste playing witches with you.
ならばどうすればよいか
In that case, I assume you
分
know
かっている。
what must be done.
ああ、お前をぶっ倒す。
Yeah, I'll beat you down.
魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。
I'll blast away all witches, magic, illusions, and delusions.
さあ、おっ始めようぜ。
Alright, let's do this.
もう二度とごまかさせない。
I won't ever let you trick me again. I'm pressing X to doubt.
From a writing standpoint, I think it makes sense to remove Angie as a character at this point in the overarching, like, the game board plot, not the actual, like, in the game, but outside.
Yeah.
Because she is a witch capable of resisting magic.
Yep.
She's too powerful.
Yeah, exactly. She's too powerful. She had her uses, but it has to be Battler versus Beatrice. Or at the very least, it could not be Angie as she is versus Beatrice.
Yeah.
I won't ever let you trick me again. The game's restarting. You ready?
お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
I'll tear apart the witch's veil that conceals the outright lie you are.
長いわ。
You talk too much.
素直に一言。わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
All you have to do is simply say, I will kill you.
ああ、
Yeah,
その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。
if those are the words you want, I'll say them for you.
俺が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to.
感謝する。
I thank you.
お前も
I will.
お前も
I will kill you.
ならばよし。
Then by all means,
始めようぞ、バトラー。
let us begin, Battler.
さあ、魔女狩りの時間だ。
Come, it is time for the witch hunt.
わらわを追ってみる。追い詰めてみる。殺してみる。わらわはそなたに期待している。
Try and chase me, try and corner me, try and kill me. I'm expecting a lot from you.
妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか。それをわらわに見せてみよ。
Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments.
上等だ。
Bring it on! Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And when one's eyes were opened to that brilliant light, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden.
先手はどちらから？
Who takes the first move?
俺だ。
Me.
潔し。
How brave.
The rose garden where beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals, was red. Was that a proof or simply a claim that the two of them facing each other in this beautiful rose garden was the red and only truth? That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses are passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not. That flower is blue.
俺の青き真実で全てをうがつ。
I'll pierce through everything with my blue truth.
全ての一番最初から。
From the very beginning of it all.
一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ。
I'll start from the very first game. Okay.
よく
Interesting. Very well.
そなたのお手並みを拝見しよ
Show me your skill.
う。来い。
Come.
行くぜ。
Here I go.
すでに宣言済みだが、もう一度言う。
I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again.
こいつは前
Alright,
回のゲ
seriously,
ームの
guys, just like
南
go
條
do
先生
it.
の殺人だけじゃないぜ。
It's just like they're just going like around and around saying the exact same thing over and over again. So please just like get down to it. I know they're about to. It's just, you know.
This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last
一
game.
番最初からのあらゆるゲームのあらゆる場面を切り裂ける。
This will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning.
後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。
Ushiromiya Kinzo is already dead.
よって島の本当の人数は17人。
Therefore, the true number of people on the island is
そこ
17.
に未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。
By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people.
この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても犯行は可能になる。
By supposing that this person X exists, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis.
これにより人間の数18人を満たしつつにもかかわらず一見18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯行は可能になる。
By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it is still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out the crime, even if all 18 seem to have alibis. And break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it is even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the locked room sealed by the receipt. By making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there from the beginning. Unless Beato countered with the red truth, the witch illusions of episode 1 would be completely smashed. The blue truth was valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had released stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the
Oh, it's
red...
an actual battle now, huh?
Apparently!
Interesting.
Was the red blood that poured out from her defense in the red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tightly, enduring the unbearable pain from the wedge of blue truth that denied her.
悪くない。
Not bad.
だがまだまだわらわは否定されてはおらぬ。
But I'm still far from being denied. Far from being killed.
この程度
or far from
で足りぬわ。
That is not close to enough.
続くゲームではそれだけで説明できる謎があるぞ。
The following games contain mysteries that cannot be explained with that alone, do they not?
どの謎だ？
Which mysteries?
第2のゲームの終盤で
In the final stages of the second
ジョ
game,
ージがゴーダとシャノンを引き連れ夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺された。
George, Goda, and Shannon barricaded themselves in Natsuhi's room and were killed.
夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ残るすべての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にあった。
The key by which they unlocked Natsuhi's room was locked inside the room, and all of the remaining keys that could unlock the door were in the hands of Rosa.
犯人 X が存在しようとも密室構築は不可能なはず。
Even if culprit X existed, it should be impossible to construct a locked room.
The blue wedge piercing Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to push it out.
いや、俺の青き真実は揺るがない。
No, that doesn't shake my blue truth.
犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していれば、あれは密室でも何でもないんだ。
If culprit X was in possession of a master key, that's not even close to a locked room.
いや、入手は不可能だぞ。
No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain one.
マスターキーすべてはローザが管理した。
All of the master keys were under Rosa's control.
だが、ローザおばさんが共犯であったなら何の意味もない。
But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was an accomplice to the
ロ
culprit.
ーザおばさんは犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し、密室殺人を幇助した。
Even if it was an unknowing accomplice.
Yep. Aunt Rosa handed a key over to the culprit X by some method assisting in the locked room murder.
そしてその後、同様の方法で鍵を回収したんだ。
And after that, she retrieved the key by a similar method.
甘いぜ、ベアト。
You'll have to do better than that,
こん
Beato.
なのは当時の俺もすでに推理している。
I already put forward that theory at the time.
そうであったな。
So you did.
The wedge that had been gradually losing its brilliance and seemed as though it was about to come out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a moan of anguish at the pain of it.
まだ
Not yet.
だ。まだ答えぬ。
This is still nothing.
まだだ。まだだ。
Not yet. Not yet.
さらに続けて第3のゲームだ。
Continuing on to the third game,
6連結の連鎖密室。ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人。親父たちのホールでの死亡。クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんの殺人。
the sixth linked...
I think I managed to explain this one at the time, didn't I? I don't remember. I think I did, though. It was like some other part of the third game that fucked with me.
Yeah, I think we said something about somebody doing the chain out of order, and just locking the room behind it, and then committing suicide.
Yeah.
Continuing on to the third game, the sixth linked to locked rooms, the murders of Auntie Rosa and Maria, the deaths of Dad and the others in the hall, and the murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi.
その全てはエヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ。
All of them can be explained if we suppose that Aunt Ava was the culprit.
これは当時すでに論破済み。
This argument was already won back
それに
then,
対し、お前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後の難題。
and even that final riddle you proposed through Ava,
南條先生殺し。18人目の未知の人物 X で説明可能。
the murder of Dr. Nanjo can be explained with an 18th unknown person X.
これで第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ。
Now I've broken through the entire third game. Can you counter that?
無論
Of course.
この程度で答えはせぬわ。
This much is nothing to worry about.
ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。
In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house?
赤き真実を追加しよ
I shall add to the red
う。
truth.
ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ。
George did not go down the stairs of the guest house.
窓から飛び去ったのだ。
He flew out through the window.
The final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But if, as the Blue Truth claimed, she had carried Kraus and Nazi's corpses outside, there was the possibility that George could have secretly gone downstairs during that gap in time and escaped. But by adding to the Red Truth, Beato had disproven that. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all the windows were locked from the inside.
だからなんだ。 お前の言葉通りだぞ。
So what? It's just like you said.
窓から飛び去ったんだろ。
He flew out the window, right?
下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし。あの大雨だ。
Even if he did jump down, you couldn't tell by the grass and it was raining so
多少の
hard.
痕跡なんて消えちまう。
Any light traces would have disappeared.
赤き真実を繰り返す。外部へ通ずる窓も扉もすべて内側より施錠されていた。
That means nothing, Beato. Someone could have like absently locked it without even realizing what they were doing, thinking that it just hadn't been locked, like they missed it the first time or something. That happens all the fucking time. Do you know how often like I cook something and then like an hour and a half later I'm going to bed after I've eaten everything and I'm done and I'm like, oh fuck, did I turn off the fucking stove? And of course I turned off the stove, but now that I had the thought, I gotta get up and go check.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know how often that shit happens? It's constant. It's easy to assume that you just forgot to do something when you see that it's not on anymore, or that it's not locked or whatever. I will repeat the red truth. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside.
しかもそれらの施錠はすべて
Humans are not perfect. Their brains are messy meat computers. Come on. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside.
ジョージには施錠する術はない。
George had no technique by which to lock them.
青き真実を繰り返す。
I will repeat the blue truth.
当時の俺も言っているぜ。
I said it myself at the time.
ならば、ジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。
In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked a window after George escaped through it.
何も難しいことはない。
Nothing difficult about it.
Come on, drop more than one steak on it, please.
この程度ではあがけぬか。あがけぬか。
Is this not enough to resist? Is it not enough?
I'd say not, yeah. Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by the strong blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて、青き真実は未だ揺るがない。
In all games up to the third, there is still nothing that shakes the blue truth.
お前が魔女であることを証明する唯一のゲームは、
Yeah, like the only way that she can get out of this that I can think of so far is by declaring that Kinzo was still alive when when Battler and everyone else got onto the island.
Yep. In that case, the only game that can prove your witch-
However, does the game start when they get on the island or when the sacrifices start?
that is also a good question. In that
Because if
case,
it's when the sacrifices start, then they could have been 19 people on the island at one point, but then Kinzo died before the sacrifices started, thereby starting the game.
yep,
yeah.
absolutely. In that case, the only game that can prove that you're a witch is this game, the fourth game.
わらわが赤き真実にて反撃していない以上、そういうことになる。
As I have not countered with the red truth, that is indeed the
こ
case.
の度のゲームでのみ、魔女を証明せねばなるまいな。
I will have to prove witches with only this game.
よかろ
Very well.
う。存分に来るがよい。
Hold nothing back.
食堂の6人殺しについて不審な点はない。
Yep, there's nothing strange about the 6 murders in the dining hall.
18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。
The 18th
Or
person
even
X,
Kinzo did it himself.
yeah, the 18th person
he was just
X
killed
went
later.
wild with a gun and killed
落
everyone.
とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、
Regarding the pitfalls, there is every chance that pitfalls truly were hidden
キ
there.
リエさんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。
And it's also possible to explain them with Curie's theory hypothesizing the existence of a poison dart shooting device X, which can knock a person out instantly.
ジョージの兄貴、
Could have used Y there, but
そして
just to maintain the
力を
variable
脱出したメンバーの殺害後
consistency. But as I said at the time, there's no way that a poison exists that will actually like knock you out instantly. But what you can do is have a poison that will interfere with short-term memory formation, so that they won't even remember being drugged and then falling asleep.
Yep, that's true. The murders of George, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining
不思議
hall.
な点はない。
There's nothing strange about it.
だが分かってるぜ。
But I know you've got a counterattack, right?
来いよ。
Bring it on.
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金蔵がすでに死んでいるとの仮説に立脚している。
Your greatest sword, this 18th person X, is based on the theory that Kinzo was already dead.
そう来ることはわらわも分かっていた。
I knew that you would make that claim.
だから金蔵を書斎より出した。
That is why I took Kinzo out of his study.
その金蔵を親族会議の全員が迎えたぜ。
Everyone at the family conference welcomed that Kinzo, did they not?
Yeah, but that could either be a costume or they weekend at burning his corpse.
That, or like fucking the game hadn't started yet, so he died after like fucking Battler left.
親
Yeah,
族
whatever.
会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
All of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo.
You know, Beato, if Battler's being sharp, which is a lot to ask, what you're not saying is more important than what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Like the fact that she hasn't said Kinzo was alive the entire time in Red is just like, oh yeah, like that's there you go. Like that you can destroy the entire blue truth with that. But also she does kind of want to die, so
yeah, also, Poipao gave me a shout out. Thank you for that.
excellent. Thank you, Point Pal.
そうだな。だがじい様はずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。
Uh-huh, but grandfather's supposedly been seriously ill, confined to his bed, hovering on the very verge of death for ages, right?
やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。
Even if he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have paid that any notice. What about that? You should have said that in blue, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. Somebody can get very gaunt in the face. So as long as you got somebody who had similar enough facial hair, you could do it.
They knew how to speak like him and all that, yeah.
俺は後悔す。
I'll come back at you with this.
そのじい様別人の替え玉だ。
That grandfather was a different person, a body
親
double.
族たちがじい様と見間違えた別人だ。
A different person who the relatives mistook for grandfather.
ならばわらわは後悔す。
Then I'll respond with this.
すべての人物は後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
No person would mistake Ushiromiya Kinzo by sight.
いかなる
I'll
変装で
believe
あった
that.
としても後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
No matter what the disguise, they would not mistake Ushiromiya Kinzo by sight.
We'll just assume that she means under the capabilities of those present.
Yeah, I would have to assume so, yeah.
Which, fair enough, that still provides for the corpse theory, though.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of Battler saying it.
ならば後悔す。
Oh, or either that, or basically everybody's agreeing that Kinzo is Kinzo, but none of them fucking believe it.
Yeah, could be.
Because she just said they all acknowledged him as Kinzo.
Yeah. But Battler was also there when the grandfather came down, right?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he arrived
you're right.
after dinner. And after
So it
they
was
were
just
told
the
to
adults
leave.
there.
Yeah. It was just the adults and the servants. Then how about this?
お前は第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数を
By
第
declaring
二のゲーム時に赤き真実で5本と宣言することで
by declaring with the red truth in the second game that the number of master keys was 5, when in the first game the number was more than
以
5.
後のゲームの設定変更を行っている。
You changed the premises of... Premises?
Premises.
Premises
Because
of...
premises is like a, an area. The premises.
Ah, gotcha. Premises of the later games.
同じことで第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。
In the same way, there's a possibility that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game.
よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもってそれ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証明することにはならない。
Therefore, Kinzo's existence in the 4th game does not serve as proof that he existed in the previous
よっ
games.
て食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の
There you
矛
go,
盾も
buddy.
生じない。
Therefore, even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather himself, it doesn't create any contradictions.
ならばこう返そうぞ。
Then I'll counter with
4
this.
つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の静止設定は全て同一である。
Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of each of the 4 games.
That's interesting.
第4
Yeah, I actually sat up in my chair when I read that.
異なることはない。
The setup was not different for the 4th game alone.
副賞要求各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
There you go.
Repetition
Finally.
requested. Kinzo was alive at the start time of every game.
副賞拒否。答えぬよ。
Declined repetition. I won't answer, Battler.
わらわはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせぬ。
I will not respond with the red truth you desire.
くそじじいめ俺の前に立ちふさがりやがる。
Damn it, old man, you're standing in my way.
我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
Are you putting yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, your beloved witch? I kind of like this. Like, kind of abstracting out a battle with this as well.
Yeah, I do like that. This is great.
My goddamn granddad wavered in division. Is he trying to say to be some kind of... Is he trying to be some kind of knight, blocking the way between me and Beato?
バトラよ、お前にこのわしが超えられるかな？
Battler, are you capable of surpassing me?
至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにはな。
I will not let you reach. I will not let you reach. Not to the heights of the Golden Witch. Oh no.
お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。
Your shallow logic cannot even surpass me
死
alone.
ねえ。
Die.
So, like, floats off into the sky.
Nope, turns into a fucking dragon.
No, I just mean like the fucking the graphic animation that was used. Just
Oh, fair. Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon which came at me, trying to swallow me in one mouthful. As I faced the roaring of the black dragon, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes
お
lightly.
前なぞ一息に飲み込んでくれるわ。
I'll swallow you up in a single gulp.
消え去れ、未熟者め。
Be gone, you witless, inadequate fool.
黙りな死に損ないの亡霊め。
Shut your trap, you damn undying ghost.
ほう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。
Oh, so you call me a ghost.
あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。
You intend to see it through to the end, then, this theory that I am already dead.
それがお前の命取りよ。
That will be your undoing.
第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
On the first twilight of the 4th game, the darkness shall swallow you up. The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs threatened to swallow Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes.
ありがとうよベアトリーチェ。
Thanks, Beatrice.
お前の第3のゲームが俺の反撃の足がかりとなる。
Your 3rd game was the foothold I needed for my counterattack.
何？
what?
あばよ クソじじい。
See ya, my old bastard.
こいつでお別れだぞ。
This is goodbye.
俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱する。
I lay out the following theory to demonstrate that I can apply the dead Kinzo hypothesis even to the 4th game.
よかろう。存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。
So be it. Come at me with all you have, my descendant.
行くぜクソじじい。
Here I go, you sack of old bones.
金蔵の名は後ろ宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。
My theory is that
Oh,
Kinzo's
interesting.
name is passed on as the title of the Ushiramiya family head.
後ろ宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
Ushiramiya Kinzo was already dead,
そしてその名を誰かが継承した。
and he passed his name on to someone else.
全員が承認した。
Everyone acknowledged it.
それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認め
Good
た。
gods.
So
A fifth
many.
bot.
So many. Everyone acknowledged it, and therefore, all of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo.
じい様の変装をする必要さえもないのさ。
There wasn't even any need for this person to disguise themselves as
一
grandfather,
同が新しい金蔵を認めたのだから。
because everyone recognized the new
よ
Kinzo.
って見間違えるわけもない。
Therefore, they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight.
以上の仮説が否定されない限り、お前が死んでいるという事実は変わらない。
As long as the preceding theory is not disproven, nothing can change the fact that you're dead.
これでとどめだぜ。クソじじい。お前に復唱要求だ。
This is the final blow. Old geezer, this repetition request is for you.
全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
Not one person present had multiple differing names.
Okay, that one is so fucking vague. Like, literally any of them could have had, like, a pseudonym that they used for something else. Like, they could have had a fucking pen name and that would have broken that one. That was a sloppy, sloppy blue truth.
Yeah. I cannot.
Sucks, bitch. Stop screaming, you old fuck. Oh my gods.
安らかに眠りな。クソじじい。
Old crying bastard.
Rest in peace, you old
cracks me
grand
up.
bastard. I like that.
感謝しろよ。お前、やっと死ねたんだぜ。
You should thank me. You were finally able to die.
こいつが陰道だ。食らってくたばりな。
This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead.
後ろ宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。
Ushiramiya Kinzo was already dead.
そうさ。あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。
Yeah, poor old you. Whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burnt.
それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。
That was a gimmick to prevent discovery of the fact that time had passed since your death.
そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ。
And you passed your name on to someone else.
以上の仮説で、てめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず、金蔵は親族会議に登場することができる。
With this theory, even though you are dead, Kinzo can still appear at the family conference.
どうだよ。これだ。チェックメイトだ。
How's that? This is checkmate.
Ah, that's pretty nice. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible, destructive power could never permit the ghost to recover.
あと
金蔵、今日までありがとう。
Kinzo, thank you for everything.
Well, not for everything.
Yeah, not everything.
安らかに。ね
Rest in peace.
え、そなたとの日々は。
Gross. I will not forget the days I spent with you.
Don't like that.
Yeah.
But whatever, get out of here, old man. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as gold flower petals scattered, Ushiromiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, you fought for the sake of the woman you loved. Your love and madness were, without a doubt, the real thing.
バトラ
恨むな。
No hard feelings.
死者は眠らせろ。
Let the dead sleep.
起こすな。
Don't wake them.
次こそは。
You're next,
これでお前も最後だ。
and you'll be the last. Beato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that had pierced her foot. Beato realized that she was on the verge of death.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。
I've gone along with you a whole bunch.
お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはず
I
だ。
think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility to play with you.
だが、そろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。
But it's about time to finish things up.
家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。
I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home.
家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
Me and my family are going home.
ならば殺せ。ならばわらわを殺してみせよ。
Then kill me. Then try and kill me.
逃げも隠れもせぬ。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。
I will not run or hide. At this point, even dodging is beyond my capabilities.
来い後ろ宮バトラ
Come on, Ushiromiya Battler.
おう
You got it.
金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残りすべてを貫く。
With the 18th person X from the dead Kinzo theory, everything remaining is pierced through.
第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も
George and
X が犯人で説明できる。
George and Jessica's deaths in the fourth game can also be explained by culprit
スカ
X.
ローから逃げて殺された5人も園芸倉庫の2人も最後のマリアも
And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed, and the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end.
すべて18人目の X で説明できる。
All of those can be explained with an 18th person X.
何もおかしなことはない。
There's nothing strange at all.
以上にてすべてのゲームにおける犯人の説明を
This
人
concludes
間にて完了する。
the explanation of the culprit with humans for all
ベア
games.
トリーチェ、これだ。チェックメイトだ。
Beatrice, this here is checkmate. There you go.
Hey, finally, more!
Delayed reception, but there you go. Several blue stakes were driven into Beatrice, who could not dodge, skewering her. Beato grabbed the stakes, trying to pull them out somehow.
食らっちまっ
Ah, he got me.
た。痛えよ。
It hurts. Of course it fucking hurts.
死ぬな。
Yeah, this'll kill me.
こいつを引き抜かなきゃ死んじまう。
If I don't pull these out, I'll die.
痛いのは嫌だ。辛いのは嫌だ。
I don't want pain. I don't want to suffer.
Both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally,
That
the
is
power.
too highly saturated of blue. Damn, that hurt.
Naturally, the power of the blue truth to deny witches burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
これが抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。
If I can't pull these out, I'll die.
これが最後の反撃。
This is the final counterattack.
ならバトラー、
Then, Battler.
我が魔法の数々をどう説明するのか。
Then, Battler, yeah. All of my numerous displays of magic. How do you explain those?
一番最初に登場したのは第二のゲームにおいて
Oh, you just gave her a fucking new one, dude. Sleight of hand, toss one up in the air and grabbed another, and there you go. The very first time they appeared was in the second game, when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow for her.
この時ローザはその魔法を確かに目撃している。
At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic.
Certainly, Rosa had witnessed gold butterflies gather and pick some marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
ローザ一人の目撃では信憑性がないであろう。
Starlight Katie, thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Oh,
How are
welcome
you
in,
doing? I hope you had a
everybody.
good stream.
Yes, we are at the
Hey, City. Hi.
yeah, we are at the very end of episode 4.
Yeah, we're on the tea party right now.
Yep.
So while everyone filters in and gets their greetings out, I'm gonna make another cup of tea.
Yeah, good to see everybody. So yeah, we're on the tea party of episode 4. Though you folks are probably ahead of us anyway, considering our numerous breaks.
Yeah, because we took a month-long break or something like that.
Basically,
Amber, get off the desk. Fucker.
yeah.
I got up and he walked in front of my keyboard.
Yeah, basically over a month plus just the odd day or two where we didn't stream.
Yeah. Were you just the binging Final Fantasy or something, SCDA? I think we were a little bit ahead of you for a little while there, Katie. But then we took the month-long break for Dawn Trail, and you got back ahead.
Yep,
again.
you got ahead of us, so yeah, you're way ahead of us now. Having finished episode 5.
I'm gonna scuttle to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. I will try and entertain the folks.
You better.
Yeah, it was, oh yeah, Zenless Zone Zero. I love some of the character designs in that. It's not entirely my cup of tea. Let's see here. So, Battler's Sin. I'm not sure. My guess? Oh yeah, we skipped a whole month for Dawn Trail, 3 weeks. Yeah, let's see here, so... yeah, thankfully, we're not done yet, Bedwards. And there will be a YouTube
and then
video.
You had some personal business to take care of for a week or two, so it was a full month that we were gone.
Yep. So, Battler's Sin, as I was saying, my guess, personally, is that Battler hurt somebody related to the creation of this Beatrice.
Yeah. My current thoughts are that he had either a childhood crush on someone that he met when he was 12 and just doesn't remember because, he was fucking 12. I don't fucking remember any childhood crushes I had. I remember 2, but only very vaguely. I can't even remember their names, so...
I mean, that's...
Oh, yeah, of course, O'Neill. Yeah, earlier I said that he was about as sharp as a ball-peen hammer and then corrected it to a golf ball.
Yeah, some divots, but no sharp.
Yeah, he's textured, but absolutely no edges at all. It's just completely dull. But yeah, I think that he may have had a childhood crush on, the real, in quotes, Beato, and then he forgot her, or he saw her suffering in the hidden mansion and then just didn't do anything, or I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, but some servant or something happened there.
Yeah.
And he abandoned, in quotes, whoever the fuck it was.
Yeah, and in truth, it's just that they were, he was fucking 12.
Oh God,
yeah.
Stony. Like, don't tell me that because I will go on like an hour-long rant when it happens and like when we get there. Because I already like give this man so much shit.
Yep.
The boy has a brain like a boneless chicken breast.
Rosa alone.
Not even cooked, it's raw, so it's still like all slick and slippery.
Yeah, so let's see.
だからわらわはその目撃者を極限まで増やしたのだ。
I'm glad that cracked you up too. Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limits.
それこそが今回のゲームよ。
Which is what this last game was all about.
我が眷属たちの召喚、
The summoning of my minions.
そして魔法による虐殺。
And those brutal magical murders.
Yeah, he does have a problem of not.
He does do that a lot.
Like, he doesn't hammer it into his brain until much later.
それらのすべてを
Like, I know that he, like, the last time he saw Angie was when she was 6, but it's also sort of like, how did you not even notice that she's definitely related to you? She has the same hair color as you, not just like a similar red, but the exact same red. And she has the tiny little hair fucking tied things that you gave the kid too.
Yep. But it's a thing of, he thought it was unimportant. Like, he was happy at the time to make her smile, but he didn't, like, burn it into his memory. The way she did, because that was the last time she ever got anything from him.
Alright, we're gonna have to take another break because my housemate's being a shitbag
我
again.
が魔法の存在する証明。
Alright, folks, we're gonna take a quick bio break, and then we'll be right
Yeah,
back.
I'm just gonna let my tea steep and then I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna play some Blackbriar for everyone.
Very nice.
Because I already have the song of it, I don't have to look for another one.
That works for me.
Alright, we'll be back shortly.
Yep. Back.
Oh, alright, what did I miss? Let's see. AP test. Okay, what the fuck is this? Alright, okay, so we got to do this after we finish the question mark chapter today.
Yep, so, yeah, we will not do anything with that until after.
Yeah, although we could do it live, like at the beginning of the next stream.
Yeah.
For funsies.
Yeah, that's a
Just to
possibility.
See how well my awful memory works.
Yeah. We'll both be bad at that.
Oh, and while I'm thinking about it now, if anyone's gotten fucking Twitch Prime subs, use it on someone, not necessarily me. In fact, actually, go use it on Starlight Katie. You can see her fucking username in the chat right now. Go click on that and give her your thing. It's free money. It's free money for the streamer. You don't even actually have to pay anything if you already like got a Prime subscription of some kind.
Yep, exactly. Anyway, I don't remember how much of this you read.
I was in the middle of trying to remember that myself. Oh, well, I'll just start over from the beginning. The summoning of my minions, and those brutal magical murders, all of them were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself a proof that my magic exists.
これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
How do you explain that, Ushiromiya Battler?
I get the feeling it's going to be explained by poison.
Yeah, or you could just like pull the fucking that one gif. It's like, it's magic. I ain't gotta explain this shit. Like, that's irrelevant, lady.
ステイルメイト
Like literally, like whatever you like convince people they saw is irrelevant. All I got to do here is explain that it's possible for it to not be magic, for all these murders to happen to not be magic. What?
魔法があるから魔法はある。
Magic exists because magic exists.
そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
I believe the rule of our Braun tube trial says that that kind of argument doesn't work.
そうだったな。
Yes, you're right.
No matter who
何
or how many people
魔法を目撃しようとも
witness magic,
それは魔法の存在の証明にはならない。
that will never be proof of magic's existence.
俺はお前が見せてきたすべての魔法の存在するしないの以下に
You
関
wanna
わ
be
ら
cat?
ずそのすべてを無視して人間で説明することができる。
Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans.
それは俺の不可侵の権利である。
That's my inviolable right.
違ったか。
Am I wrong? At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, repelling my hands away.
やはり抜けぬか。
As I feared, I can't pull them out after all.
As Battler is now, even if I cited each individual piece of magic and demanded an explanation for each, he would probably use any means available to him to deny all of them. Not just the marshmallow magic that I showed Rosa, but all of my magical miracles. I can no longer even claim to be a witch without entering into debates about how something like a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I am forced to fight over trivialities like that.
わらわは無理かもしれぬ。
Might be impossible for me.
わかっている。
I knew this.
もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。
I'm still fucking wondering what the fuck is up with Lambda Delta and like what she's doing with Beato in the background, right?
Yeah.
Don't think I forgot about that Ryukishi because I fucking didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, we remember that conversation that she had mask off.
This was a game without victory from the very beginning.
なればいつか敗れる日が来るのは当然のこと。
So it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come.
わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。
Yeah, it's hard for it to not stick with you, right? If you like watch that particular episode at all, like it's hard for that to not stick with you because it's a complete upending of who we thought the overall villain was. Period.
Yeah, exactly.
It completely changes the power dynamic.
Where Beato is more just the most powerful general.
And there was the comment from Lambda Delta that I also remember that Beato is not a real witch somehow.
Yeah.
Through some means, she's not actually real. She is using Lambda Delta's power through whatever weird metaphysical bullshit that they explained it with to exist and manifest it all.
Yeah, she's ostensibly a warlock. In that sense, in the D&D kind of sense.
Made a pact for power sort of deal.
Yeah. Made some sort of pact for power. And rules are...
Because
basically...
I was thinking more like maybe she's a familiar that was created by someone else and is being propped up by Lambda Delta's magical power, much like Sakutaro was in the Seven Snakes of Purgatory for Angie.
Maybe you could argue it that way, but she did mention, like, there is a fate awaiting Beato, and she does not look the way she does in the portrait.
Yeah, familiar, almost like furniture, which she did call herself furniture in this episode somewhere.
Yeah, specifically Kinzo's furniture, but I think that might have been Actually, I don't know, because that was...
yeah, exactly. It's real weird.
Yeah, specifically, that was the Beato that was not in the dress.
Mm-hmm. Have I fought Battler up until today just in order to lose to him? Yeah, a little bit. But also no, because there's 4 more episodes. Yeah, making a pact with the Witch of Certainty is also particularly interesting. The fact that it's Lambda Delta specifically. I began these games thinking I might be able to win.
簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中で
Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believe that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. Well, you need burn yourself for that one.
わらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある
After all, I had the absolute determination to win for certain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Katie.
しかし今やその奇跡は完全に失われた
But now I've completely lost that miracle.
そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り
So why is it pointing out the pronoun that she uses now, but it wasn't before?
Because this is new. She used something else before.
An absolute certain determination resides in Battler, leaving me with no miracle for certain.
奇跡も絶対もない
No, perhaps I should say with no miracles or certainty.
勝利はなく
No victory, no conclusion through a draw.
唯一許された決着敗北を与え
Could be. I don't know.
永遠と抗うだけの
I'd have to go back and listen to the other lines. But I don't want to make Mal have to scroll through all of it to find one where she actually uses a pronoun. The only resolution permitted is defeat. And until it is given to me, all I can do in this game is continue on resisting. Yeah.
Actually, let's just see. Well, I'll have to go to the next line here.
そうさ私は
Okay, yeah.
No, that one's with Tashiwa as well.
Alright. Then let's go before that.
That one, maybe.
抜けぬか
Yeah, so, like, Japanese doesn't use a lot of pronouns in general. So it's kind of hard, like, even when you translate it into English, like, those pronouns generally aren't actually there. They're saying stuff like can't pull it out or can't be pulled out. Warawa? Okay. Yeah, I actually don't know that one. That one's... Is that one like an archaic one, maybe? Or just like a rare one? It's like what I mostly know is Watashi, Ore, Boku, and there's another one that's just like slipping my mind right now. Gotcha. Okay, so that might be the one that like people are using whenever it gets translated as the Great Me or whatever.
There's
Of course, I
another
can't
one.
actually read Japanese. I'm illiterate, so you know. Ow, I don't have an automat on for links right now. I turned it off at some point. I didn't want to bother,
Actually,
like, have to give
the
people...
one that they use for the Great Me is usually Ore-sama.
Oh yeah, like the rough plus the sum. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, this one literally means manservant. Interesting. Like young servant. Compared to Boku, which just means like a servant. Interesting. So yeah, that one's fucking old as shit. All right, cool.
Cool,
That's
cool.
right. I'm fighting only so that I can be killed by Battler. I have learned things today. Someone else also taught me the word for body in Japanese earlier.
Yep.
Karada.
Thanks for that, Quinn.
Oh fuck, I wonder if that's the root word for karate. Because, like, you know, the body arts or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
How to move your body, how to fight with your body, etc.
I looked into Battler's eyes. It was not me inside them. Reflected in those eyes were the figure of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family he had to bring back to her. He no longer sees me, even as an individual.
Yeah, Katie's right.
Of course
Kata
he
is
doesn't.
empty, and then Te is hand, so empty hand. It's empty-handed arts.
From the very
Kata.
beginning, he has been fighting to deny the individual I am.
You're absolutely right. It is perfect for the 1,000-year-old witch.
面白かったな。
Ah, that last game. That was so much fun.
ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、
All it was a little bit of a trick.
ほんのわずかの間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって。
For even just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other, and it was so much fun.
そうだよ。あそこで手を打っておけば
Come on, Bedwards. That's right, I should have settled it right there and then.
バトラがコロッと騙されたまま。
Should have continued for eternity with Battler totally fooled. Fake it till you make it, girl. Become nice by, like, faking it. That's what I did. Well, become good by faking it. So I'm definitely still not nice, but, you know. But that just wouldn't be any good, would it?
あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
Why are all of my favorite quotes from fucking video games from dragons? Like, I was just thinking about belting out fucking Parthenax's line about, like, what is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort. And then I just realized, wait, no, all of my favorite video game quotes are from dragons too. Like all the quotes from Grigori in Dragon's Dogma. It's like, shit, dude.
Yeah, we'll have to get
That
there.
is the way, chosen one. Raise your weapon, your blood-red voice. For my kind, do not heed the toothless. Oof. Anyway, but that just wouldn't be any good, would it? That just wouldn't be true victory.
これだ。チェックメイトか。
Is this checkmate?
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice. Run through with several blue stakes, Beato was still in a standing position, skewered to the ground many times over.
Not me starting to Kenzo voice, oh, Beatrice! You gotta put a little bit more sauce on it. She was like some wow shit on it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Shit, I'm not going to try and replicate at 1 a.m.
Yeah, definitely not.
Especially with, like, direct, like, share a wall neighbors.
I'm totally just gotta belt it out, just like with your full chest, just scream into the mic.
And still looking up into the sky, she was sewn in place. Her tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives, and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning for something, rain began to fall. Amid the rain, Beato was exposed to the elements, crucified.
終わりなのか。ベアト。
Is it over, Beato?
グーの音も出ぬわ。
There is nothing I can say.
まだだろ。
No way you're done.
お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
You aren't a woman who'll let things end with just this.
無茶を言う。
Don't be unreasonable. Yeah, Battler, she's been impaled like 8 times. Fuck.
どう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか。
How can you look at me and think that this isn't over?
早くとどめを刺せよ。
Hurry up and deliver the final blow. You should have just added, like, it hurts, dude. Come on, just kill me. Fuck.
ちまえよ。お前の
Just say it with your
青
blue
以
truth.
上により魔女は存在しない。
Therefore, witches do not exist.
言っちまえよ。
Just say it.
その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ。
With that single blow, take my last breath away.
ダメだな。
That's no good.
ほう、わらわにこれ以上生き恥をさらせというのか。
You asked me to continue subjecting myself to
す
humiliation.
でに決着はついておろうに。
It is already settled.
立てよ。俺たちの殴り合いはまだ終わってない。
Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over.
まだ
Yeah, like this episode, particularly these last few chapters and the tea party here, has just like got me thinking about like, hey, the manga version of Umineko has a romance tag on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still, you say?
お前のそれは負けじゃない。
What I see there isn't you losing.
もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
You've just resigned, decided you've had enough.
Right, Katie? Like as soon as you see that, you're like, oh fuck. Because like, of course, it could refer to Jessica and Kenan and Shannon and George, but
To romance of
But-
Valor, ex boob grabs.
Genji X Games.
You know, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, like why not?
いいではないかよ。
Yeah, romance tag usually refers to the main leads. That's what I'm saying. Like romance subplots are not usually tagged, or side character romance subplots are not usually tagged either. But old man Yowie for the win.
Though I always get suspicious of tags, though that's mostly because Steam tags are absolute dog shit.
The true ship is Genji, Kinzo, Nanjo, or bust. I would actually be down for that, Tonio. The actual romances between Chester's 45 and 556.
Yes, that could work. Oh, yeah, duh, that's Calibur's.
Yeah, how did you not? It's alright.
556 didn't register to me when we saw the mention of her. Though we'll have to see what the...
my hand right now, Cat.
Though we'll have to see what exactly happened to 556, because we actually don't understand what happened to her.
Yeah. I set my hand on my lap and my cat reached over, wrapped his paw around my wrist, and pulled my hand up to the desk just so he could lick the back of my hand a little bit.
Okay. Cats be cats.
There you go, buddy. Some chin scratches. What's wrong with that? Resigning. Katie, no! They're even called weapons and not furniture.
Yep.
That okay, don't put these weird theories in my head, O'Neill. Don't do it.
Though it's not really a weird theory. It could straight up be what happened.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
It could be that they have a soft side, aka the ceramic bunnies, and the harsh side, the actual weapons.
It could have been her vessel, right?
Yep, exactly.
Shit.
Oh, maybe that's what differentiates a summoned furniture versus a weapon. A furniture uses just their vessel, but a weapon can embody a weapon that is not their vessel.
Maybe. No.
Anyway.
It still means your victory. You should return to your little sister right away. just abandoned me right here.
俺は言ったはず
See, and this is why I would never be a good protagonist
Because he'd be like,
in
alright,
most
bye.
things. Because as soon as she said that, I'd be like, alright, I'm out. Later, bitch.
Yeah, you would literally just say in blue, therefore would just do not exist.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have even been gone on the whole thing about like, it's like, this isn't a real win or anything like that. No, it totally is.
Well,
Demoralizing your opponent to the point where they resign, absolutely a win. Fuck you.
granted, this is me realizing there's a greater threat beyond Beatrice, but
Yeah, but like,
but
Valor doesn't fucking know
yeah,
that.
but me proceeding, I would say I don't want to leave any room for doubt.
Oof, that hurts. Acidian. So talking
Oh,
about 556, there was also a metaphor for one of Umineko's beta readers passing.
ooh.
That like, I can see that because like I would do something similar if someone that passed while helping me do all this shit. I would write them in and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
逃げない
Didn't I tell you I won't run away?
そしてお前を逃がさないとな
And I won't let you get away either.
Careful, Battler. That's sounding kind of flirty.
It does just a little.
But like, I have lived in the pits of Yuri goggles for like 6-7 years now. I see everything as romantic at this point.
That's also true. We've only just started getting like mainline shows that are just explicitly gay without any subtext. I mean, there's been some
And
in the past.
even the Yuri, like even now, like the Yuri stuff is still like mostly bait or like subtext that pisses me off.
Yeah. But thankfully, we are getting stuff like Gundam Witch from Mercury, and I'm in love with the villainess.
It's like the only times I don't like have the romance goggles on for stuff is like when they are actively in the middle of like ripping each other's guts out. And like not in a sexy way, but in the brutal "fuck you, I'm going to like desecrate your corpse" kind of way, or their family.
Yeah, so it's
That's it.
The omake is called Arigato for 556.
All right, I'll have to remember that to read it after we're done.
Yeah, which, by the way, LP Archive, if it is Doc under the name, it is actually one of our one of our watchers and a helpful friend, Quinn.
Who taught me the word for body earlier?
Oh yeah, one of the three that made up the whole group.
Damn, that is some extremely like not romantic as in like romantic love, but romantic as in like the literary poetry kind of way. That is extremely romantic. If I stop writing, it will be as though I never met you.
Yes, because
That's really good.
yeah, because Quinn has some good insight as well, though Quinn had already played it and was just demonstrating it to us, the viewer.
I will be riding high off the fact that Quinn said that they enjoyed the media analysis, like the second stream that they were here.
Oh, that's excellent. I might have not been looking at the time, or it's just been a fucking while.
Yeah, I mean it's been like fucking 3 or 4 months. So
そして一体何が望みだったんだ
Who are you, and what in the world was your purpose?
because like that fucking media analysis shit's like 90% of the reason that I do, or the 90% of the content that I do. So it's like, hey, someone actually complimented me on the thing that I do. Yay!
Yes.
If you want to know, why don't you try your favorite move?
Time for a repetition request.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Quinn is very great. Does not currently do any streaming stuff or anything like that, which is fine, not everybody wants to.
いいではないか。 ただの妄想、幻想。
What does it matter? Just a fantasy, an illusion.
それでいいではないか。
Did you get what I just said? No.
Hmm?
Did you get what I just said?
What did you
Because
say?
I read out the first line. So
Let me see.
because I was tapped over to Discord for a second and I disconnected from the call for like 2 seconds. And I just wanted to make sure that it got caught.
No, I don't think so. Just go with it again.
Okay, what does it matter? Just a fantasy, an illusion. Can't you leave it at that?
全然ダメだぜ。
That's no goddamn
Hello,
good at
handsome
all.
boy.
俺はお前を逃がさない。
I won't let you run away.
俺はお前を
I'm going to defeat you.
このまま逃がしてなるもんか。
Like hell, I'm going to let you escape. Yeah, you do have to kind of, like, explain who the fuck wrote all the Beatrice stuff that came out later.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions for us readers, or viewers, or players, or whatever the fuck. There's not actually that much left for Battler, because he doesn't know about most of that shit yet.
Yeah, the most he has to figure out is who the hell did he fucking see and talk to?
Yeah, like, what the fuck is his sin?
And also, yeah, what is his sin? Because I don't think he would feel right not knowing what that was, because that was said in some red.
Yeah, like, me personally, I just fuck, okay, whatever, I'm gonna go back to my sister now, fuck you. But I know most people wouldn't let, like, that kind of curiosity, like, lay.
Yeah, I could not. I absolutely could not. I'd want to know exactly what I did that caused that, if for nothing else, so I can not do it again.
Like, I would definitely be very curious, but at the same time, it's just sort of like, not that important. I got my priorities.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, getting out alive is the top priority, but also knowing who did it could also predict, you know, who the fuck is getting away if I don't find out all the mysteries. Because unlike everybody else in this situation, because they are rich and part of the ethnic majority in that country, I don't think the cops are particularly good at this.
Clearly, Acidia. Clearly.
お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。
I won't let you run back into the darkness of illusions, leaving you all vague like
打
this.
ち破る。
I'm going to break through you.
完全にな。
Completely.
だから立て。
So on your feet,
弱々しいふりなんかするな。
don't act all frail like
お
that.
前はまだなんてか隠してる。
You're still hiding several moves.
俺にはわかる。
I can tell.
なぜおとなしく見逃してくれぬのか。
Why won't you just let me escape?
親父を、おふくろを、そしてエンゼを、いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを。
Dad, Mom, and Angie. All of my cousins, and all of my relatives, and all of the
お
servants.
前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。
All those times you killed them. All those times you toyed with their lives.
その非道を、俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。
I will never forget, and I will never forgive your inhumanity. Also, yeah, like, your temporary discomfort at having your shit dragged out once does not compare.
俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの腕の。
Yeah, but like that's retributive justice rather than like proper justice. So
Yeah. But also, like, you don't have
I'd
the...
satisfy myself with just like kicking the stakes a little bit, be like, all right,
Yeah,
donk, donk, you know, no, smack my knee.
yeah. But also, you don't have the right to complain about him seeking the truth.
True.
I can still feel Angie's arms on my shoulders.
俺はお前の非道を
I will not
許さ
forgive
ない。
your inhumanity,
だからそんなことで
so I won't let you get away like
許さない
this. Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The days when I could earn his passion by appearing frail are now a matter of the distant past. Yeah, that trick only works once. Having been tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。
Never mind the wolves and sheep puzzle. This is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it?
どうすれば
Yeah, a
いい
little bit.
んだよ。わらわは
Although the point of that one was not don't lie, it was check things out even if you think it's a lie. Because that shit's dangerous. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, because something to, bear in mind is, fucker got eaten by a wolf.
Yeah. Which, like, we talked about this, like, before on one of these Umineko streams when the fucking Boy Who Cried Wolf story came up before. But it's like, just because you don't find any wolves when you go to check all the other times does not mean that they weren't there.
Give me just a moment, I've got a phone call.
Yeah, of course. I'll just keep talking. Like, just because you don't find the wolves when you go to check all the other times does not mean that they weren't there. Wolves are not bold creatures. Like, as soon as someone starts making a ruckus and being loud and angry and shit like that, they, screaming, wolf, wolf, and, running around, the wolves are going to be like, oh, fuck, we gotta, get the fuck out of here and run. But, like, after watching that flock, 6 or 7 times or how many ever times the kid screams wolf and notes that, like, oh, shit, no one's actually coming. Then, okay, well, there you go. They're going to attack. In their mind, it's a young animal that's been abandoned by its pack. So, fucking free food. The point of that story is not don't lie or anything. It's check things out even when you think it's not true, just in case. Be cautious. I can't say for certain like what the parable meant when people like first came up with it, but that's the lesson I would take from it these days. But I also know a hell of a lot more about like how wolves and animals behave than people did back then. So, like, I understand the reasoning for it because like science has advanced. Yeah, like I think that's what most people think of it as, and I also thought of it like that when I was young. But like now that I'm older and know more and are at least somewhat experienced with wolves and animals and how shit works. And like proper security measures and all that shit. It sounds to me more like, hey, make sure your security is good, even if you think it might be a lie that it's not, because you never fucking know. Using the logic of this this fucking visual novel, it's like Devil's Proof, right? Like, you can't prove that the wolves were never there because you didn't see them. You weren't there when it happened. But all someone has to do to prove that wolves are there is to show you one. So, you actually have to be there to see them. Yeah, I think that's a theme throughout the entire, even the first 4 episodes. At least what I've been able to tell, is because you notice that every time a sacrifice happens, even when we see it on screen, it is changed. The body is changed later to be more simple, less gory. So there's the magical explanation, and there's the mundane explanation. And the mundane explanation is always something that could actually be mundane. Like the way that you find the bodies is always something that you can conceivably say, hey, someone just shot that person in the face, or someone poisoned that person, or strangled this person, or whatever, rather than like bounce them around off the ground like a pinball. If Beato was not constrained by the idea of this being a game, so she is being a match, so she has to allow at least some level of counterplay from Battler, and the idea of magic being what's the word I'm looking for?
Something that fills in the blanks.
No, I mean like magic is not compatible. Yeah, magic is incompatible with mundane shit. You can't actually just leave evidence of magic around, like someone getting turned into a pinball inside of a building and just having blood splatter literally everywhere and having their bodies look like they fell from a fucking airplane, you know?
Yeah.
You can't just do that, even though that would be a really easy way to prove magic exists for Battler. She can't do that because of that need for a mundane explanation to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And this goes back to the beginning of episode 4, where Angie was talking to these sisters in her classroom, and she needed to be able to kill them herself before they could kill them for her.
Yeah, exactly. She needs to have made a mundane possible explanation. She needs to be willing to take up at least some brass knuckles for herself. Which
I expected as much, Kate. Like, I'm sure there's even more that's going to like cement that idea in my head. It's just that I already feel that way, so like I have no idea how it's going to turn out. I'm eager to find out.
Yep.
Assuming that episode 5, 6, 7, and 8 are better paced than episode 4. Which I assume they are. What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Well, thank you. I'm a very good cook if I do say so myself. I guess fighting endlessly just to avoid admitting defeat is an endless torture fitting for the endless witch. I guess endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving victory is part of being the endless witch as well. It's so sad. Yeah, your love life is shit, girl. Is this... Sorry. Is this really the endless magic? I've had enough. Of endlessly being made into a witch's plaything. I've had enough. Ember, don't you yell at me, boy. Flee. Flee, you fool. Flee from the squirt bottle. No victory, no conclusion with a draw. In that case, there's only one conclusion that can release me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that it mirrors what Virgilia said back when she was Beatrice, right? How Virgilia had said that she purposefully did not become an endless witch because she didn't want that kind of disconnect. That kind of, like, self-imposed torture. Thanks, bud. Yes, I appreciate it. Why are you cleaning my arm, though? Since the time I descended to the path of witches, he is purring while cleaning my arm. Thank you, bud. Since the day I made that contract with demons, was it not promised that tragedy would be my ultimate fate?
What's wrong? Bone Witch Beatrice.
Rokkenjimaの支配者ならば、最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ!
If you are the ruler of Rokkenjima, face your end with appropriate majesty.
Everyone, kings and queens included, bleed red and die shitting themselves.
Yep. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokkenjima. Laughter. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a laugh. Then she slowly raised her face and fixed her eyes on Battler.
愚か者め、そなたの健闘をたたえ、勝ちを譲ってやろうと思ったの。
Fool, I was considering handing you the victory in praise of your good fight.
慢心したな。
You shall regret your complacency.
Yeah, see, but he was right. There were questions unanswered. And tricks you had up your sleeve.
That is a really cute copium emote. I like that a lot.
Excellent. Victory is not something for you to hand over. It's something I'm gonna snatch from you. Don't pretend you're any different.
俺が魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出す。そんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから。前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが。
You couldn't accept victory being handed to you on a silver platter when I started saying stuff like, maybe it's alright for witches to exist. And that's exactly why you intentionally fell apart like that in the end the last time.
そうさ。俺は前回
That's right, that one time last game you showed mercy on me. So now I'm making us even. Stand. My enemy, my golden witch, Beatrice.
I have to wonder though, what happened to Angie in her reality after she was killed in the game board?
I have to assume what occurred. At least my guess is there's a couple possibilities. Either the piece dies, but the Angie of that era still exists, just as a living person in that place, or
she fucking slipped off a cliff after killing all those people.
Or she fucking dies, and now only exists as a witch in the same way that Burn Castell and Lambda Delta exist as witches.
Yeah, that would be interesting, and also kind of fucking hilarious. You pull a badass moment and kill like 7, 8 people, and then you just slip and fall and crack your skull on the ground and die.
Yep.
It's like completely uninjured except for like, some fucking bruises and maybe some cracked ribs, and then you just fucking bite it.
Yep.
For no real reason, just completely undramatic.
Yeah, also, I'm not going to miss the fact you're calling her my golden witch.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be missed. Can we replay the audio on that so I can see if he actually says that?
Yeah, sure. Oh, hold on. Next line over.
He does. He says, "Ore no, my."
Yeah, so there you go.
No, possessive no.
Yeah, also
Interesting.
fucking star.
Yes.
Also fucking Starlight Katie, my friend, my enemy. In Xeno's voice.
Yeah. Idiot. There you go, City A. You idiot. Simpleton. Don't think you'll ever get another chance. It'd be really funny if she just like flexed like a fucking bodybuilder and shattered them all.
Yeah.
It's
Even
like Saito Chesto. Boom.
when Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had been piercing her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not disappear.
まだ抜けてないぜ。
You haven't pulled it out yet.
18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない。
You haven't pulled out the blue truth of the 18th person X.
It would also be like pretty great if she just like leaned forward and went, "I'm person X, dumbass."
Ha!
I will respond to your repetition or one of your repetition requests.
全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
As you reasoned, Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games.
Yeah, she's got a very serious face going on right now.
しかし、ならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいこと。
However, in that case, all I need to do is take one person out.
わらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきた。
Thus far, I have been declaring that no more than 18 humans exist on this island.
それを金蔵の分一人減らす。
I will lower that by one for Kinzo.
Nani?
この島には18人以上の人間は存在しない。
Yeah!
Fuck!
No more than 17 humans exist on this island.
以上とはつまり18人目を含めるぞ。
Great pog face.
Fuck.
That excludes any 18th person.
つまり18人目の X は存在しない。
In short, this 18th person X does not exist.
これは全ゲームに共通することである。
This applies to all games. Now,
Fuck.
before we continue, I want to say that Battler is really stuck on the idea that there's only one killer and their accomplices, like, you know, one killer and a bunch of fucking servants or soldiers or whatever they bring in. He has thus far completely ignored the fact that some of them could have killed each other
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I
through
am...
various means. Like,
Yeah.
I talked about this in the first episode, I think it was, but like, it's really, really difficult to imagine a singular person,
Killing
even people who
six-
are like the Ushiromiyas, that would kill 17 other people as brutally as they have been killed and do what they've done to the bodies.
Yeah,
I know that
absolutely.
some people are going to be like, but you know, there is brutality and gore and evil in the world. Yeah, but it's actually super rare.
But
It's very rare for that to happen.
But even
Most people
allowing
can't
for that,
stomach to like bash in people's brains and shit. You know?
yeah, but even allowing for that, somebody, even with an accomplice, just killing 6 people is really fucking hard.
Yeah. Killing 6 people at the same time in the same room with no, like, by one person. Like they don't, like, they may have a gun or whatever, but come on.
Yeah, that is also a good question, Starlight Katie, is what definition of humans is she using?
Yeah.
Because this is all a word game, and everybody has to agree on definitions. That is why, at the start of a legal document, there will be a stating of definitions, if there isn't already a legal definition for the thing.
Yeah. Which is also where, like, in terms of service stuff, you'll be like a whole line describing the person that's using the thing and signing the yes, I agree to all these terms of service. And then they'll say, hereafter or henceforth or further along referred to as the user or whatever.
Yeah, the user, the player, etc.
The client, the customer, etc. Some bullshit.
Yeah, meanwhile...
So yeah, like, she was calling herself human earlier as well. I wasn't listening to the exact word, but like, it's words have multiple definitions in the first place. Even
Yeah.
something like human.
Yeah, and it's kind of touchy with Japanese anyway, because it is the same
because
word.
like,
Because we have human in person, Japan just has a human.
I think they're written differently, but I don't remember. I know that there is another version. Fuck. I just fucked something up. Hold on.
Yeah, there is another version that was in a sci-fi manga, or a sci-fi light novel, one or the two. Hito versus
Oh,
Ningen.
the one that I was, the one that I was talking about back then. Oh, actually, just straight up used the English word, but transliterated.
Oh, okay, that just, you literally used the...
Yeah, it was just human versus Ningen.
Okay, that's... Okay.
Like, I'll type it how, like, they even whenever the people translate it, they even type it like this, specifically to make sure that people know that they're not saying person.
Got you.
そら見ろ
There we go. I goddamn knew it.
やっぱりまだとんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ
You still had some crazy stuff up your sleeve after all.
17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきた
This island only had 17 humans on it. But all this time it's been made to look as if there were 18.
それが1人減って17人になりようやく正しい数になったってわけだ
And now that
I
we've
wonder.
taken off and brought it down to 17, we finally reached the correct number.
I wonder if Hito is the root word for stuff like Marabito, and it's just like a radical that's changed the H into a B, because that's like for villager, if I remember correctly.
Maybe. That would be...
So it might just be like village person or whatever, or
Yeah.
farm person, some shit like that. I don't know.
これで
I don't know enough Japanese for that.
抜いていたくさびが抜か
Would
れ
you
た
stop
な
pawing at me?
No.
Where yourself?
Hopefully you folks can hear the kitty too.
I should hope so. My stream mic is the noise gate on my stream mic is less sensitive or is more sensitive than this Discord one.
Mm-hmm. Now the wedge
No,
I
I still said that wrong. Fuck. It's fine. I'm sure people get it.
now the wedge I knocked into you has been removed.
戦いはゼロから仕切り直しってわけだ
We'll have to start the fight over back from square one. It did seem a little too clean that we went through episodes 1 and 3.
Yep.
The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing Beato. The scars on her body had disappeared completely.
Interesting, Katie.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so it probably is a fucking radical then, which is weird because normally H does not do a radical. Usually it's something like a G or K that like gets swapped back and forth.
There, just as Battler had hoped for, stood the imposing figure of the Golden Witch who ruled Rokkenjima.
さあ来いバトラ
Now come, Battler.
もう一度最初からだ
Once more from the beginning.
全てについて青き真実で打ち抜いてみよ
Try to break through everything with the blue truth.
わらわももはや遊ばぬ逃げもせん隠れもせん
I too will no longer play run nor hide.
そなたが不甲斐ないならばこの勝負この場にて決着してくれよう
So we don't know what Endless Nine is yet at all. The only reason we know that it's even a concept in the thing is because I was looking for a specific song called Endless Nine and just stumbled onto an article that was talking about it as a concept
but
before I got to the thing.
Yeah, and that is the song that is playing right now.
Yeah. If you prove to be good for nothing, then I shall decide this match right here and now.
わらわの譲り勝利にて妥協しなかったことを永遠に後悔させてくれる
I will make you forever regret not settling for the victory I handed you.
さあ
Wow.
第一のゲーム
Yeah? Come, starting from the first game. A handsome boy. It's you're very pretty.
第1のゲーム第1の番からだ
Right, from the first twilight of the first game.
最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない
There is nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed in the beginning.
アリバイのない誰にでも
I think something that I'm going to do for one of my emotes is sample the background color of Twitch chat on dark mode and then just draw some two green yellow eyes on it and just call it Ember.
Yes, excellent.
Because that's most of the time what I see when I look at this can. It's
Yeah.
Like,
The crime
like a lot of my stuff is black. Like my desk is black, my fucking like all my clothes are black, shit like that. So whenever he's just like laying there and he looks up at me, all I see is two little eyes.
Yep.
Not even really the shape of him.
The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi.
有効だ。続けるぞ。次のエヴァ夫婦の密室殺人はどう？
Valid. Continue. What about the next locked room murder with Ava and Hideyoshi?
チェーンまでかかった。
Oh fuck, it's been so long since I saw Hideyoshi, yeah. Forgot he was a thing. Yeah, I forgot he existed. Even the chain was set for that locked room.
Yeah, like... He was around for a while in a couple of them, but 3 and 4, he didn't get much play.
Yeah.
赤き真実を追加する。
I shall add to the red truth.
二人は他殺である。
Both deaths were homicides.
密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。
It is not the case that after the construction of the locked room, one of them committed suicide after murdering the other.
Fair?
また、殺人は執行者、犠牲者が共に同室して行われた。
Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room.
執行者が室外から殺害する手段は存在しない。
No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from the outside the room.
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する。
Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi.
それは死者だ。
In other words, the dead.
最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。
Among the first 6 corpses, there were some made unidentifiable because their faces were smashed.
これが
I mean, that is an alibi, it's just, you know, not one that works. It's not a true one.
Yep.
2人を殺したとの仮説は可能だ。
One possible theory is that one was actually a fake corpse and that some culprit X killed those 2 after pretending to be a victim and hiding away.
そして犯人は密室殺人構築後ベッドの下に隠れ俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
Then, after the locked room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to leave.
Yeah, this is something that we also talked about at the time. I don't think you had like stumbled onto our stream yet, but like we also talked about that.
よかろう、次だ。
Yeah, super ballsy. Flee, boy. Flee from the spray bottle. There we go.
ボイラー室に至ったカノンが殺されたな。
Very well, next. Cannon, killed in boiler room, correct?
赤き真実を追加する。
I shall add to the red truth.
すべての生存者にアリバイがある。
All of the survivors have alibis.
さらに死者も含めようぜ。
Let us include the dead as well.
つまり、島のいかなる人間にも死者にも、カノンは殺せなかった。
In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Cannon.
Okay. So it has to be a trap, or he fucking slipped and just cracked his head.
Yeah, although... Is she... You, like, skating over the fact that sometimes it's not considered... God damn it. Let me figure out how to work this, because my brain is fucking fried from the heat. Is she glossing over the fact that he could have killed himself, or is that included in this no kind of human or dead person on the island?
That's a good question. But either way, like, that's where the opening is to question those things.
Yep.
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。
If no one could kill
Okay,
him,
yeah.
then he
Well,
might have
judging
been
by
the one
that
to
phrasing,
kill.
that's exactly what she was doing. Okay.
ならカノン君は自殺かもしれない。
Meaning Cannon might have killed himself.
副賞要求。
Repetition requested.
カノン君は自殺ではない。
Cannon did not commit suicide.
In the magical version, he committed suicide
カ
by
ノンは
wit.
自殺ではない。
Canon did not commit suicide.
重ねるぜ。
One more.
副賞要求。カノン君は他殺された。
Repetition requested. Cannon's death was a homicide.
A trap still counts as a homicide, buddy. But sure, I decline to repeat.
その拒否で他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。
That refusal still admits the possibility of a homicide, but you've already cleared and read that no one could have killed
つ
him.
まり他殺ではないんだ。
In other words, it wasn't a
これ
homicide.
は第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。
This is the same as the linked locked rooms from the third game.
カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。
Cannon died for a reason that was neither suicide nor
状
homicide.
況は不明だが事故死というわけさ。
Though the circumstances are unclear, he died from an accident.
胸に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような、どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は悪魔の証明により説明拒否。
By the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest.
悪魔の力を身につけたそなたは
Yeah, like that's something that I wish Battler had like figured out earlier on.
Yeah.
Like, way early on, because it's like the rules for him have never been that he needs to explain every little thing. He just needs to posit some idea that it could have been not magic. That's it. Then he's just like, I don't gotta explain the damn thing. Now that you have borrowed the power of the devil, you are without peer.
有効であるぞ。
It is valid.
ならばその後の客間にての源氏、男女、熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。
In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and
無
Kumasawa?
論同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。
Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them.
Yeah, that's fair.
It would be really funny to have like a 9-year-old girl just like shivving people.
Yeah, like, you could make it work, but yeah, no, Maria didn't do that shit.
Oh, side note, join the Discord if you want to see pictures of my cats.
Yes.
And also like everyone else's cats because my friends also post pictures of
そ
their
して
cats.
もちろん
Nate has a cat that that we call Sasha most of the time, but her actual name is Sashimi. So, and of course, their 3 deaths were homicides.
Yeah, no, what I recall from their deaths, those were homicides.
Oh yeah, absolutely homicides.
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。
We can explain it with the one who carried out the murder
Was it
being
Rosa? One in the first that got killed for the 6.
No.
I think she was, maybe? No. It
Uh,
was Kiri, Rudolph.
Oh yeah, no, it was
Rhoda?
Rosa. It was Rosa.
Was it Rosa? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was Goda and Rosa were that pair. Who's the other 2?
Shannon was also killed.
Shannon and there was a 6th that I just don't remember now.
Yeah, Rudolph. Yeah, so Rudolph and Kiri.
Because we made a point to note their relationships as well,
Yes.
because of was it fucking Kraus? It was Kraus, yeah. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah,
And we made a point to note their relationships because that means like that say Natsuhi could not be used for the second Twilight.
yeah, because Natsuhi was protected by the charm. Whatever
Mhm.
reason the killer decided that, whatever, but... That's Vericidier.
そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。
In the first place, their 3 faces were also
どれ
pulverized.
かが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse.
身元不明死体についてその身元
Oh,
全て保証
okay.
I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses.
すなわち
Damn, that's retroactive as fuck. Therefore, there were no body double tricks.
Okay. That's... Ooh. That fucks with some things.
ならば 相打ち殺人で説明できる。
I'm just poking my cat in like the hip to get him to yell at me now. He got up onto the desk and yelled at me, so I just started poking him in the butt cheek to get him to yell more.
Then I can explain it with simultaneous murders.
3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけ、同時に相手の顔面を吹き飛ばした。
Each of the three had a gun pointed at another in a clockwise pattern, and they blew each other's faces off at the same time. That would be fucking hilarious, but I really don't think so.
その後、マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。
After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them.
これならどうだ。
How about that?
なんという暴論。
A classic Ushurugia standoff. He was hungry because it's midnight, so that means it's food time for his dinner. What a ridiculous argument.
Then let's take a minute and do that.
Fucking like getting Maria involved.
Yeah, well, I'll stop the recording briefly, but still be here for you folks. And we'll